Meeting to order. We're going to work off our regular agenda, but we do have an issue with item 5 and 6. We're going to move them up an agenda just for a time issue. If somebody could make a motion to that, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We don't have any minutes for this meeting.
Mr. Chairman, could you just say what 5 and 6 are for the audience?
Sure. 5 and 6 is a rezone petition from ag to low residential, medium residential, and a planned unit development. This site is generally located in the northeast fourth of Section 29, Township 139, Range 96. The site is approximately 83 acres. I think we all know that is the Haroff land. Number 6 is the preliminary plot for the said land, and I believe the party that's here to represent that is here, so.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Harvey Schneider with Tolman Engineering. With me is Steve McCormick. He's a partner in the Cook McCormick Properties, LLC. Also with me is Ron Manchester and Dave Thompson with our office to answer any technical questions you may have, along with Sean Soren with Boundary Engineering, who's been assisting with the project. Right before the meeting, I did a handout, and I'd just go over that, and I understand that the same sheets were in your packet, but the first sheet in the packet I handed out was the overall Northern Meadow Hills concept plan, showing the whole north half of the property that we're looking at. The second sheet would be the proposed preliminary plat, the Northern Meadow Hills First Edition, as being submitted today for preliminary plat approval. The third sheet would be just a chart with a lot of dimensions on it and everything, because there's just a lot of curve information. And then the last sheet just indicates the proposed zoning, and that would be relative to item number 5 on your agenda here. But with that, the concept plan for the Northern Meadow Hills plat was developed by a combination of people, one being Rick Harrison with the Site Design Studios in Minneapolis, the Cook McCormick Properties, Tolman Engineering, and Boundary Engineering. We all had ideas which has been incorporated into this plat. We have had a couple of meetings with the city and your staff with regards to the concept plan, and we have talked about it, and we have modified things that were brought up in some of the previous meetings. The development plan, as illustrated, lies in the north half of Section 29, 14086, which is formerly, again, the Haroff property, and is directly west of the Cook Meadow Hills 4th Edition. This particular plat contains, the concept plan contains approximately 310 acres. The property lies south of 34th Street West, west of State Street, and east of 113th. The concept plan, as shown here, consists of a combination of land uses from R1, R2, and some PUD and some commercial properties. The intent or the development will be mainly a single family complex. If you can kind of look at the chart on the bottom right on the concept, Rick Harrison has kind of got things broken out. There's been some modification to that chart, but you can see that the R1 is a large percentage compared to some of the rest. There will also, along with this, there'll be some twin homes, 4-unit condos, along with some condo complexes and a commercial area being proposed in that northwest corner or that corridor. Also, as part of our meetings, we have met with James Kramer with the Dickinson Parks and Rec and discussed the different options within the subdivision. And, one was cash in lieu of land. We had some discussions with a trail system, and what James is looking for, and he says in the parks master plan, they had indicated a trail system along 113th and along on the west side, or I'm sorry, on the east side, and then on the south side of 34th Street. And we have incorporated that onto this plan. It's maybe a little hard to see, but it's a heavy black line that runs parallel. We've incorporated that into our master plan, and he would like a 12-foot wide strip of land. So that, what we're looking at is that strip and some cash in lieu of land will be incorporated into the overall package. As the interior, if you look at the interior flow, we feel there's some good flow there with the streets as laid out. We have two of the main streets running through would be the what we call Maryland Way, and also or Maryland Street and Wall Street, running from east to west. And both of those two streets, Maryland Street and Wall Street, both have 80-foot right-of-ways that we're dedicating, and the remaining streets will be a 70-foot right-of-way. Also, we've talked with the local utility companies, and they have no problems with servicing this area. There's enough service for this area. But with that, that's just kind of a general overview of the concept plan. Do you have any questions of that? Or of me or my staff with me? So.
I don't, but I'm sure after our discussion we will.
Okay.
Ed, any comments?
Mr. Chairman, probably the first one, if you want to open it up for public comments, would be the rezoning of that. I will put the application materials that Mr. Snyder had put, I'll put that at the podium so people can see that and comment on it. With respect to the comment to the overall plan, I don't want the concept plan to be somehow vested in. Staff is not in favor of the multifamily density that you have depicted. We've had several discussions and you're aware of that.
Yep.
Especially on 34th or on 30th or 113th, and then on 34th as well. So I do not want somehow that the concept plan is vested in any way, shape, or form. The only thing that staff feels comfortable with is the proposed project as of today, and that's the only vesting that we would consider.
Okay. And this concept plan, if I might add, had been, done, a couple of months ago, and I hadn't had time to do some revisions, and we have been in communications with Ed on that. And I think there's some other statements in his comments and recommendations, regarding the number of units and such in the first phase.
Harvey, I think if it's agreeable to you, just for confusion's sake, if we could just remove this, because I agree with Ed, it does give everybody some sense of entitlement, and it should just be taken out.
Okay.
I mean, we should be working off of the zoning map right here, and that's what we should be looking at for item 5.
Okay, I guess what I was doing is giving you an overview on
And
both.
that's fine, we
Okay.
appreciate that.
Yeah, okay.
But we should just be looking at the proposed zoning map,
Okay,
so that should just be removed.
okay.
Thank you, Ed. At this time, we'll take any public comments on item 5, which is the rezoning request.
Could I just add a couple of things here, Tracy?
Sure.
Okay. With the rezoning, let's see. I guess, just to explain the zoning here, there are, in this proposal on the first edition that we're looking at, there are 90 lots that will be R1 or single family. And then under the R2 zoning, which is indicated in the green, there will be 58 lots. And then the dark blue would be the 1 PUD lot.
And Harvey, if you could please comment on what your developers' wishes are for that PUD area, so we have some sense of what you want to put in there.
Okay, actually, what I'll do is Sean Soren handle that for Mike on the PUD submittal, if I could have Sean explain that.
Thank you, Harvey. Sean Soren, Boundary Engineering. Did work on the planned unit development portion of this. That is a multifamily development that is being proposed. The original plan that we showed had 6 buildings located in that area with garages for that total of 252 units, I believe. You know, and looking at it a little farther and working through our stormwater stuff, we think we may have to cut a building or so out of that. But this PUD is asking for permission to go up to 252 units on that parcel.
Any comments on that, Ed?
No, that's what we have agreed to. I actually put 260 on there to round it off, just in case, 252 in case somebody's math's a little off. So on the PUD portion, I put 260. I'm fine with what they have presented thus far in the multifamily. And then from there, just to let the commission and the public be aware of, next month I'd like to have a very detailed discussion of what I've come up with for the multifamily allocation for the next 20 years, and we have additional allocation and how we want to deal with that. Do we want to be site-specific, allow it across the board, however we want to address the issue fairly and uniformly. So, but I wanted to cap it at this point until we've made a determination on what we want to do with extra multifamily allocation.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments, Sean?
For a point of reference, you know, I know we took the concept plat out, but on that portion of it, those below the MDU substation kind of shows the layout of the buildings that were originally proposed in there. The 6 buildings south of that substation, with the garages and the traffic patterns.
Thank you. If there's no further comments, I'd like to open it up for public comment, please.
Hi, my name is Janet Perkle, and I'm a neighbor. I was contacted about this. I'm here for the second time regarding this developer's work. And if I may, can I have handout? Do I hand out here?
Sure.
Okay, again, my main concern with this development is drainage, as it was in the past. There are two, if you would take 2, I have some photographs of the existing conditions of Cook Meadows and what it's doing to our property. And I also have correspondence with the planning and zoning, the city engineer's offices regarding this. These photographs depict the conditions of Cook's detention pond at the moment. I don't know if this was the intent of the commission, but this is reality. This is what's going on there. We have mud and dirt, garbage and weeds, and it is leaving their subdivision, clogging our pastures, knocking down our fences, flooding our property, killing the trees. And we said this a year ago, this was our concern. And everybody said, don't worry, we've got it engineered. This isn't going to happen. And then they said, well, that was a 100-year flood, a rain event. It won't happen again. Repaired the fences, it happens again. Every time it rains any more than 1/4 of an inch, we get this situation in our properties. Before you consider this developer going on to another project, we would like you to consider what has been done. We would like to have repairs to our property. We would like to have this detention pond re-looked at, re-engineered, and have a proper drainage system from them into our properties. And I also have, my neighbors are here also that are affected by this drainage, and I'm sure downstream, this is all going into the city of Dickinson and downstream. So any questions that you have? And next time it rains, I invite you all out there to witness it yourselves.
Thank you, Jan. This is the first time I guess I've seen these pictures. I guess Mr. Watson and Ed have probably seen them because they've been emailed to them. Do you gentlemen have any comments on these?
Excuse me, we are currently in negotiation with this developer, and we have submitted the Cook Meadows for a further consideration for our stormwater consultant, and he is evaluating that at this time.
That's interesting. We were left out of the loop last time. I guess we would like, while you're in these negotiations, I would like to be a part of it. I would like to know what's going on, rather than having to live with the disasters that happen later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the time. My name is Art Sickler, and I've lived there now 20 plus years and own this land. And I've seen a lot of changes since Mr. Cook came in the area. And these pictures explain some of them right here. I got about 3 feet of top settlement into my land. It's killing off my grass. It's filling my dugouts. That's the changes I'm seeing. And they're putting, he's got that holding pond up there. That thing is already filled up. You know, if you look how that pipe, those inlet pipes are plugged solid with trash. And I notice on my side now, I'm starting to get where it's bringing salts up from the subsoil, and it's killing the vegetation. That's the changes I've seen with Mr. Cook in the area. Is there any questions on it?
Thank you for your, Mr. Sickler. If there's any further comments.
Good morning, I'm Dean Kubis. I live down on the drainage also from that. I've got 2 dams there. I've got trees that are dead. I guess basically I want to be compensated for my damages. I shouldn't get damages from what he has done. And before you guys approve anything, he should be able to make sure he settles with all of us before he goes any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kubis. If there's no further comments from the public, is there comments from the commission or engineering staff?
As I mentioned before, we currently are reevaluating the Cook Meadows detention pond, and I don't have any solution at this time, but we're proceeding with that and negotiating with the developer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Watson. Has the developer seen these and seen these comments, to your knowledge?
Which comments were those, Tracy?
The email comments and the pictures from the residents?
No, I don't believe so. Not that I know of.
Harvey? Right, any other comments from the staff?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Jackson?
you know, I know we've got a mixture of ownership on this proposed subdivision. It's not quite the same as Meadow Hills, but I do think that there's other unfinished business besides what's been brought to our attention. There's other unfinished business in Meadow Hills. Street repairs, which I understand, I think the city is probably reaching some solution with the developer on that issue. I don't know. But also we've got some unpaved streets still in Meadow Hills. And I do think we need to get a response from the developer on the drainage issues, on the street issues, and have some confidence that moving forward, the developer's going to follow up on these things. I don't know if there's a representative today, this morning, from the developer that would like to address this. But I do think the issues need addressing.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Yeah, I do understand that this is a different party, but one of the parties is involved. Harvey, do you care to comment on that today, or?
I guess Mike was unable to be here today due to a family deal, and I know I've been involved in one meeting, or I guess two meetings, with the city engineering with Bill, and we've been talking about it. And I think with the street repairs, that's underway. We're working on that. I guess on the unpaved street portion, I don't recall which. I thought all streets were paved that were in the plan originally, Gene?
There are streets just south of 40th, streets that tie into 40th, that haven't been paved.
Okay,
You know,
I'll have
there-
to check. I know there was a portion of them that were going to be left gravel, because at the time we were doing it, they were talking about redoing, that's 40th, that's the east-west on the north side,
Yes.
that there was no grade established, and so at that time it was decided just to gravel those until they are, or till 40th is done. That was the thinking back then.
You know, and I understand that, but I'm concerned that, you know, those properties are going to be sold if they aren't already. And technically, Mr. Cook will be out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have to tie that up as a city and get the assurance that those streets are going to be paved. I don't know what that means for sure, if we need to take a bond or something. But I think we've got to know. We've had issues in the past in the city where streets have not been paved before lots have been sold, and it's a problem.
Right.
It's a problem. So somehow we have to get an assurance that those streets will be paved by Mr. Cook before we go forward. And as to the drainage thing, you know, we all know that when things are being constructed, it's difficult. Drainage is difficult before you get vegetation cover, before you get the development done. Things are going to happen. I think it would be unreasonable for any of us to say it won't happen. But then we do need to take care of it.
All right, and I know they're being looked into right now, and there's been some discussion with with the city on that. And I believe they had somebody review the overall stormwater plan on that, and we haven't seen the comments on that yet. But I guess, you know, if Dave Thompson with our office, he's the hydrologist on the project, if he would have any comments or if you have any questions of him, you know, with what went on or what happened there.
Well, you know, if damages are happening, and if it's an unfortunate result of the subdivision, you know, maybe taking care of some of those damages are part of the cost of developing that piece of ground.
Right.
Mr. Jackson, and we've had this comment come up before on the first phase of Cook's, where Mr. Cook did take care of some responsibility on another owner's property that I'm aware of. So I think, yeah, that does need to be mitigated and looked at. And if Mr. Watson said he's looking at, please come up, Jan. If Mr. Watson said he's looking at it and reviewing it, I guess that's what we can do.
That's, you know, that's the reality of it now. My concern is this new plat. It's not just what's happening here. If you look at the new plat, the drainage from that plat crosses underneath States Avenue, comes right into the same drainage. There is no retention pond called out for on his plat that I see. He's just going to increase what's already there. It's the new development, not only the old development, it's the new development coming up that they're going to increase our drainage through there. And that whole plan, that those outlets should have never been placed right up against the property line. When the water comes shooting out of there, it's 10, 12 feet into his property. If you stood there in front of it, you would be knocked over. It comes out with such force. The whole concept is wrong. And they're just going to add to this by, there's no retaining pond on the other side. What are they going to do? Just stick a pipe under States and have all that draining right through our properties again? That's my concern, is the new, not just the old, okay?
And I believe States is being looked at as a whole with the property, the 9 acres for the new law enforcement center on that side and the drainage area over there as well. And you're probably not prepared to comment on any of that, Bill, because that's still in design phase, but I think that does all come right under States, and there's definitely some grade separation issues at the end of States that are being looked at, so.
I can comment that there is a natural drainage way in this area, and that is part of the issue. I don't want to
It
comment
gave us
any
nothing,
further.
but thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Dave Thompson with Tolman Engineering, and been working with Mr. Watson on kind of both subdivisions as far as the stormwater on this, and to answer questions from the audience regarding detention on the new plat area. There are a number of detention ponds planned to be constructed, you know, for this plat on this drainage way. We will not be replacing the existing culvert underneath State Street that comes from this subdivision to the west going to the east. So we are complying with the City of Dickinson's stormwater ordinance in that the runoff from the pre-development condition is not more than the post-development. So I just would like the commission to know that we are you know, working to handle all this and to do it in a way that's satisfactory to Mr. Watson and comply with the city ordinances.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I know that this is kind of getting off the topic, the stormwater with respect to the rezoning that we have in front of us. I mean, they're integrated, but we're talking about the rezoning. We do have a condition, and I want the audience to be aware of, we have a condition on the preliminary plat that until the stormwater plan has been, until the overall grading and stormwater plan to the west, which is in the county currently, has been approved, that we're asking for immediate stopping of the grading on site in order to address that issue. We do not have jurisdiction across the street where the subject plat is at. That's in the county. Our engineering review of that is not part of that. Our current code establishes engineering review for stormwater to be limited within the city limits, but this is going to be annexed if it moves forward in the rest. So we're asking that that condition apply and that immediate grading would halt until we have a complete plan and grading and drainage and everything else established. So I don't know if that's any assurance to the audience, but that's what we're proposing until that plan has been finalized. Conceptually, we've looked at it, but it's out of our jurisdiction at this point. So we have no way of stopping it, irrespective if it's in violation or if it's in conformance with the current with state and federal regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Corton. And what you're talking about is item number 6. Your condition and recommendation number 4 explicitly calls out, as what you just stated, that they immediately stop and that the city standards are met. Okay, thank you. Mr. Soren?
If I could, I'd like to comment on that just briefly. You know, the developer has taken the steps necessary to get the state permits to do grading. And if we weren't coming through this process, he'd be allowed to continue that. I think their concerns are ultimately the end result and making sure that they're not getting further damage to their property with that. And we're certainly through our stormwater plan, which we understand needs to be approved, needs to be evaluated and make sure that it's going to work correctly. And that's our target. Right now with the grading that we're doing, we're trying to get things in place so we can best get that situation set up, get those ponds started, get all that legwork done so we're not creating that problem for them down the road. And so we would like to see that condition, I guess, taken off of this actually, so we can continue to move forward and get the kind of the dirt work out of the way so we can get the infrastructure, get the streets, get all that done once this plat's done. And we all know that this is going to be a process, and if approved today, we've got still, 2-3 months before we're at a final situation, which puts us into winter. And for us to be able to get this project moving next year, we kind of need to get this dirt work out of the way before winter hits, so we can get the round running next year, and by hopefully the following winter, possibly be asking for permits.
Has there been a state stormwater inspection?
I don't know if anyone's been on, but we do have the permit from the state.
Mr. Chairman, Sean, more dirt work only complicates the problem that already exists. Would you not agree?
If we don't have erosion control up,
Yeah.
then it can add to that, correct. Now, if we need to put more silt fence, we need to have more protection in place. We certainly can look at that and evaluate that and make sure that it's not getting across, that dirt's not getting across the road. But I guess when you have development, you have those issues, and those are the types of things you've got to try and put in place. We've got to try and stop a wind erosion. We've got to look at processes to try and eliminate that as much as we can. But whether we do that now or do that after the final stormwater permit is the stormwater report is approved, we still have those same issues, concerns to try and deal with.
I'm just wondering if the problems that already exist do not need to be fixed prior to creating another issue. That's what I'm concerned about right now.
And I understand where you're coming from, Commissioner Elkin. There is certainly some challenges, certainly in Cook Meadows. There's a lot of construction activity that the developer doesn't have control of that is tracking a lot of mud onto the streets. And, of course, he's trying to contact them, trying to help in that process, but really has no control over those contractors that have as well as created some of the issues. I mean, whether it's construction debris, there's a lot of things in that area.
Mr. Corton and Mr. Watson, has there been any problems that we've seen from what the activity is going on this development, not Cook Meadows, on this development? Any complaints that we know of, or?
Well, the only complaints that we would be aware of would be the ones that have shown up today with respect to it. I think it's only fair that if an applicant is coming into the city, even though they're in the county, we know they're grading, we wouldn't allow them to grade in the city without an approved plan. It only is common sense for us to apply that standard. Plus, you factor in the existing stormwater problem, I think it's very fair for us to apply that. You know, if there was no stormwater issues with respect to the existing plat to the east, then maybe we could consider that. But we know that there's potentially issues. That's why there's discussions right now with the city staff. So I think it only makes sense. Now, if they choose not to be annexed in the city and want to go to, you know, be in the county, that would be a different story. But they want to ultimately be in the city. Why shouldn't they conform to the city standards?
Thank you, Ed. Mr. Watson?
Thank you. Additionally, I might add that although I didn't have a say in where the Maryland Way and Wall Street were constructed in the first Cook development, I do have a say in how those two streets attaches to State Avenue from this development, and I am concerned about the separation between those two streets, and that may very well change your grading plan. So we need to negotiate those two access points.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. What, I guess, just briefly, not getting into all of it, because that's item number 6, but are they too close? Are they too far? I don't, what are you concerned with?
They're too close together.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McCormick.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and people that are having problems with Cook Meadows, I can't really speak to that.
Mr. McCormick, could you just please state your name for the record?
Steve McCormick.
Thank you.
I'm with Northern Improvement, representing Northern Improvement. But what I can speak to, and I know we're jumping from 5 to 6 and back and forth, but when we started doing the grading work, I was under the impression that we had the permission to do that grading work. As far as the people out there that might or might not be impacted due to the water, I want to assure them that we're going to do everything that we can, according to all the rules and guidelines, that we can to prevent that. And if there is damage, we will stand up and take care of the damage. I can't address it. I would think that Mike would do the same on Cook Meadows. But as far as the Northern Meadows, I'm here to tell you that we will work with the people. We will try and prevent everything that's possible and do what's necessary. I just wanted to address that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, as Mr. Corton said, I think you're absolutely in your guidelines, but if you're coming into the city, we'd like a little closer look at it and to comply with city guidelines. If there's going to be a request for annexation and moving forward in the plots, correct? Thank you. Any further comment? Mr. Kubis, come on up.
Another thing, I'm Dean Kubis. I live down from there. We're getting a lot of dust. This road, there should be some dust control. There should be something on it. Another thing, if you guys do approve this, we're going to be held holding the bag. I can guarantee you he can take this thing to court, and there's no way in hell we can fight it. So personally, our problems need to be solved before anything gets approved. That's how I feel. Otherwise, we're not going to have nothing to go by. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kubis. I think the dust on the road is an issue that is going to be addressed as future developments go north and States gets finished and that gets built in. So, and that's been a continued issue there. So, Any further comments? Any comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Krieg?
I'm just looking at the, strictly speaking on the zoning now. You know, the PUD, I'm assuming the city's really not in favor of all the R3s at this time. Is that correct, Ed?
I'm in favor of it as the rezoning is today. But from that point on, I have said that I was not in favor of any additional in that particular area. That being said, there is additional allocation based crunching some additional numbers and looking at some other data, made some false assumptions. So there's a greater amount of multifamily if you wanted to apply that 20-year allocation. The question was going to be that I'm going to propose next month would be how do we distribute that? Do we, you know, it's a 20-year allocation. Do we want to just give it out as quickly as we can, and then for 20 years we don't approve any more apartments, and then we have a significant gap of outdated buildings, or do we, you know, with today's standard, just allow it to happen? Because if you're not going to build your multifamily in the next couple of years, you're probably not going to, because our development horizons in the next couple of years, and then we're going to come down to a slow stabilization, and where the temporary workers will, over the 10 to 20 years with the oil industry, will slowly trickle out of the area, and we'll have permanent people here, and then the need won't be there as much. So there's two sides to that coin. How do we want to do that? And I have not made any further commitments to it. So I just wanted to make sure that the concept plan that was presented is not something that could come back to us later and go, remember, we presented this and we want to have multifamily in this area. You didn't say anything to oppose that. So that's the only reason for that.
Mr. Corton, excuse me, Mr. Krieg, but with the PUD, it allows you later to change that number, because that number is of concern of a lot of people.
They could always come back and
they could always
modify it
come back and
accordingly.
modify that
Correct.
up or down.
Correct. And we had, if you recall, well over a year ago, we said we're not going to do any more blanket R3 zoning.
Yeah.
We wanted to do PUD so that we could establish a condition to make sure that it's built. If we are going to limit that allocation, it's only fair that we say to the developers, build it within a certain period of time or lose it. I think that's only fair.
I agree.
And that's why we do it as a PUD.
Mr. Krieg?
And I don't disagree with that, but it appears the clear intention is for R3 on this. So
For a lot of it,
I mean,
and they're aware of that,
you
I'm
could just as
looking at
well
it differently.
put R3 on the blue as a PUD, from what I'm hearing, from what we were told this morning. And I mean, I think we addressed a few months back, we talked about getting a handle on the R3s, and I don't know, I guess I might be in favor of getting a handle on that before even moving forward on this one. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but maybe a continuance or something, but I do think we need to get a handle on the R3s. I don't know if the rest of the board has any comments on that, but seems like there's a lot of emphasis on the apartments, and I mean, they're more noticeable, obviously, the bigger buildings than the R1s, but
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Jackson?
Mr. Krieg is absolutely right, but I think what Mr. Curtin is saying, I know I've had conversations with him, and I'm somewhat familiar with the work that he and staff are doing, is that I think they do have a pretty good handle on the numbers. I think we just haven't formalized it at this board. I think it has some arithmetic goals and trying to keep us pointed in the direction that we don't overdo things. I think what you're saying to us this morning is we need to formalize some of that and cross some of those T's and all.
Correct.
But I think as they look at these, they, meaning staff, look at these projects, I think they do have a plan in mind. And with that, knowing that they're doing it, when I saw this, I didn't have a problem. Again, trusting the arithmetic that they're monitoring in-house and all. I do think we need to do that, but I think we are. And again, we won't get that exactly right either. You know, I guess I don't have a problem overall with the zoning request. We're not talking about the plat yet. There are some detailed things about the plat. There are a lot of detailed things, I think, about the plat, and I know staff is going to need time to look at those. You know, I hope the developer is ready to move 5 feet of dirt back onto something that you've taken it off of already, if that's what our staff thinks that you need to do. I don't know that that will happen, but that's where we are. You guys have done that at your own risk. But I do think we need to somehow resolve the rest of these things as we move forward. If it can be qualifiers, contingencies on plat approval, or however we do that. But I suppose, Mr. Chairman, one step at a time, and we're addressing the zoning right now, and personally, I'm okay with the zoning.
Mr. Chairman, I could just add to Mr. Krieg's concern, and I'm glad that he has that concern, and we've been talking that for a while, well over a year. I don't want to disclose that number at this point, but the 252, I've factored that in, and there is a sufficient number for that. So I feel comfortable with it. I've been the one that's been the biggest proponent or opponent to establishing it, and I feel comfortable with that. Going beyond that number for the remainder of that, well, that's yet to be determined based upon various criteria that I'd like to bring to your attention next month and get your input on how you want to proceed with that. And there's various ways for us to slice up that pie, and the question is, how do we want to do it as a community? And that's why you're on this board, to, as citizens, you live here, you're part of this community, you have ownership for that, and your input is valuable for the city commission as whatever policies move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Corton. Just a couple comments. I agree with Mr. Jackson. I think, in general, looking at the zoning, I think the PUD gives us the flexibility to change that number down the line if it comes at the time of recording of the final plot and recording of the PUD. So my personal view is that I'm in favor of the zoning. Looking at the plot is another issue, and the grading. So if there's any further commission comments.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Elkin.
I like what they have platted out here, but I do believe that they need to address the concerns of those individuals before we move forward with anything. And I don't know if we table this or offer continuance. Jerry, I share your same concern, but I do believe that they need to meet with these neighbors, take care of those concerns of those downstream neighbors prior to us moving forward.
Mr. Elkin, I agree with you, and I think that should be addressed at the plat. I don't think it should be addressed at the zoning, looking at the zoning issue, but that's my feeling, whatever this commission decides. I think that should be addressed in the plat, because then the engineering department can have a look at it and give their input on it and change what needs to be changed, as Mr. Jackson commented on elevations, grades, drainage, things of that nature.
I think eventually, Mr. Chairman, the zoning can take place.
Yep.
But right now, I think they have a lot of concerns that they need to deal with first. That's where I'm at.
Okay. Any other comments by commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Colleen?
just a couple of comments for the information of the board. This property is not annexed to city limits. The city commission has not made a decision on whether or not to annex this property. So that would be a necessary requirement in order to develop an urban subdivision like this. Also, I want to make sure that the commission is aware that there is no public infrastructure to service this subdivision at this time. There's no water service up there. There's no sewer service. State Street would have to be built in order to service this subdivision. Those things are, in some cases, under design. But I know at least the water tank that is planned to service this subdivision fell fairly far down on our priority list. And I'm not sure that we have a date yet as to when that water service would be available for this subdivision. So I think whether or not rezoning passes at this commission meeting, I think this subdivision is still fairly far out as to when they would actually be able to develop.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. With that being said, are we even within our jurisdiction to zone it then? We are, because it's in the ETZ, correct? Yeah.
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, yes, we've rezoned things in the county. The question is the infrastructure in order to service that.
Exactly.
This comes back to the question that we've done over the last couple of months. You know, should we continue a project until it's available, or do we have that definitive time, or do we allow a preliminary plat approval? This is different from the others ones that we had last month because we're closer towards the CIP, and we feel that it's going to happen. All the infrastructure is going to be there reasonably within a 2-year period. So the expectation is that this is not going to happen for a while. I mean, one of the first conditions is the access issue on 21st Street, and that's going to have to be built and designed and built before we issue any building permits for the development, and that's probably 2 years out. So this is going to take some time. But this is kind of the issue that we have been talking about. Should we wait until infrastructure is readily available where they could, or should we allow them to proceed forward with the platting and infrastructure, waiting for that day that the infrastructure is there, and in essence turn on the tap? And we've kind of been leaning that way in order to reduce the time to provide single-family and multifamily housing. And I feel comfortable with it with respect to the conditions, as long as the conditions are adhered to.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Watson?
I should point out that there are some services across state that were developed as part of the Cook Meadows project. That being said, the engineering department has not had the opportunity to size those facilities to make sure that they would be adequate to handle this development.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Mr. Cohen, have they made a request to be annexed yet?
I don't recall seeing one unless I may have missed it, but I don't believe it received it yet.
Mr. Chairman, they had a request for that, and we've had a city policy, kind of a indirect city policy last fall, that we would wait until final plat in order for us not to take over properties that may stay vacant for a long period of time and the liability of that. And I would hope that the commission would stay with that policy. It only makes sense. We can grant preliminary approval. That doesn't mean it'll ever be developed. You know, that can go to the wayside. And then we've taken on additional responsibilities that at this point our fire, police, and other services are at its max at this point. So we're trying to limit our exposure with respect to that.
Thank you, Mr. Corton.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Jackson?
you know, it's really unfortunate this morning that this thing is started on a negative footing because of the justifiable concern of neighbors with the drainage issues. I think this board has to back up and say, is this good for the community of Dickinson? Is it good for the community around Dickinson? And I think it is. I've always thought this was a good place for residential development. I'm sure there are a lot of details that have to be hashed out, engineering department, community development. But I do think we have to back up and say, is this a good concept for our city? And I believe it is. So I'd like to see it go forward. The developers have to understand that we can't make any guarantees on water and sewer. Things are in motion, probably all be taken care of within a year or so here, but we can't make any guarantees on water and sewer. Personally, if we can work out the other issues that we have before us, I'd like to see the developer be allowed to eventually put in that water and sewer as we take care of these other things, so that we have these R1 and R2 lots that we really need in town to bring prices down. This is part of that whole issue that we've got. So I would like to see it move forward, but not without taking care of some of these other issues, and you guys are going to somehow have to tell us how you're going to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I agree. I think we have to look at it as a whole, and it brings a lot of R1 lots that are needed in Dickinson. We know that there's a shortage there, and I'm definitely not in favor of the R3. I think we're filling up on that as well, so I like that we have the control on the PUD to modify that number later. And I think as long as the developer knows up front that, you know, the infrastructure's not there and the infrastructure concerns are at his expense, I think that I'd like to see it move forward as well, so.
And just a point of clarification, correct me, Mr. Catan, if I'm saying this wrong, but if we approve the zoning this morning, we are approving a PUD with 260 units.
That is correct.
So
We
there
don't
won't be
have the
any adjustment
flexibility to
later.
change that later, Ed?
No, you can, you know, if that's a concern of yours, you could just say, you know, you could modify your approval today. You could approve the single family and the R2 zone and the PUD. You can continue that until a later date. You don't have to approve the entire thing.
My feeling is the same as Mr. Krieg's. I'm very concerned about R3 and I trust your number and I trust your math, but I'm concerned about R3. It's going up all over our city, and what's that going to do to us and how is it going to impact us? And we need R1.
Well, to alleviate your concern, I mean, I guess I'm going to have to, the number.
You don't
that
have
I'm-
to disclose it if you don't want
Right.
to.
We're going to be fine, if that's your concern.
That is my concern.
Yes. Now, the question is, how do you want to allocate it? You know, to me, it's a discussion on community appearance. It's a discussion of where you think it should be with respect to roads, common services. It makes sense that you have a higher density. It should be next to shopping areas so that people don't have to drive their cars. It should be next to parks, recreation areas, things of that nature. We can go. I've worked with an ordinance in the past that kind of set a criteria and a point value if you want to do it that way. Or you just kind of determine where we have it and look at it as a city and say we want to equally divide it across the city, or just allow it to happen as demand is there. But I could tell you, if we just threw out a number, whatever, 2,000 units, the next day I could have 2,100 unit applications coming in because the demand is that high. And unfortunately, I think that people would easily overbuild. That's a tendency. It happens everywhere. The demand is there, so everyone's going to try to get in. So, but we've got to look at it as what we see that would work for our community as a balanced approach, and one that we don't overbuild that adversely impacts our community over an extended period of time when you have an overbuilt housing stock, and then you have reduced values, you have maintenance issues, and you have things of that nature. So I feel comfortable with that. I don't know if this is the last one to help you out, but I feel comfortable. I've been the one probably the most concerned about that. So I feel comfortable with allowing that at 252. But it's your call to make. I want to have that discussion next month and see where you want to go ultimately with it.
Thank you, Mr. Corton.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
yeah,
Elkin.
Last month, I mean, we're all concerned about having R1. We want R1, R2. But yet we offer continuances. Is it not fair to probably let this developer know as well that he'll probably not be able to develop this because water and sewer will not be available to him as well?
The difference between the two, and that was my question talking to the city engineer, based upon our CIP and where we know that where the ranking's going to be, and based upon that there is sewer and water across the way, we can allow development. The question is how much, and that's where the DA will come in and the timing issue. The other ones, we knew that there was a capacity issue. This particular area, yes, there is a problem, but there is still some capacity left over. So that's the reason why. We're balancing it out, and we're trying to look at every single one equally and not have any favoritism. So we feel comfortable that there is a portion, if not the entire thing, that could go about, that can happen. But when you look at the conditions that are established as part of the preliminary plat, the biggest condition that will delay this a period of time in order to provide that infrastructure to bring it to it is going to be the building of state. The fire department has tremendous concerns, and if Mr. Seevox here, I'd like to hear his comments, of the existing condition on State. And he does not want to see any more residential in the area, because the only way that they can get up there on a paved road is to meander through existing subdivisions, and then your response times are low. And then your response times are low, then you deal with the potential of loss of property and life. So that was a big concern, that road needs to be designed and paved. That is on us. We have it as a CIP. It will be designed and built as quickly as we can with a booster station attached to it for the water pressure. So we feel comfortable that there is, and that's why we put the condition in here, the number of units and so forth. So I hear your concern, but it's apples and oranges with respect to the things we've done.
Really what I'm looking at is we had developers last month come in and their plats were within the city, original city. And now yet we're over capacity. We have an overload within that system. This is obviously a separate system out there.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to know.
absolutely. It has to do with the vine, with the network. It's kind of like the human body. There's certain areas that we know that we have congested veins, and other ones we have a little bit of capacity left over. If you look at our infrastructure that way, it may help out. This particular area, we have a little bit. The other ones, we were at max capacity, and if we allowed them to continue without some upgrades, then we're potentially dealing with backups in people's property, septics, and backup in their basements and other issues to that expect. And we don't want to do that. So we're trying to balance it out. We understand we're trying to accommodate the development community, but we've got to have a balanced approach, and that's what we're trying to do with respect to this development and preceding ones and ones that we've done, that we'll do in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Corton. Mr. Jackson?
I think I heard the developer say that they wouldn't be looking for building permits until the fall of 14. Is that what I heard? So, that's reasonable, I think, with our infrastructure needs.
And those will be addressed in some of the items on number 6, and I believe that's addressed in your items 6, 7, and 8.
We have, I broad brushed it so that we have that flexibility to determine when they could happen. That will be part of the development agreement. Just to go back to Commissioner Elkins' one, on the ones that we've continued, their main concern on most of them is that to start the grading work. And if they get their approval, they still have to do the grading work. So we were just telling them, go ahead and do your grading, get your engineering done, and then within the next couple of months, we'll finalize the plat and you could sell the lots. In essence, they're already doing this. In essence, this is what they're doing here. They're already grading preliminarily. We would like to have that stopped until we've had our review and approved, so that we know it's not going to adversely impact anybody downstream.
Shouldn't this be annexed into the city prior to them doing or moving forward with this grading and all of this, what they're doing?
I personally feel, and that's up to the city commission to decide as a policy, we need to wait to final plat. That's my personal feel. To address your issue, if it was in the city limits, would we have the ability to shut it down today without that? Yes, we would. But if you approve the preliminary plat today, then yes, we could shut it down today. But it's your call and how you want to proceed.
Did I just hear you right? You said if we approve the preliminary plot, that
We
would
have a
empower us
Well,
to make
that's
sure some of these other issues are taken care of.
Well, that would be part of the preliminary plat condition for them to cease operation today. That's how it's proposed. The question of enforcing it and the legality of that is a different issue, but that's how we have it proposed. If they didn't cease their operation, I guess that would be something for us to discuss in other jurisdictions. If they, let's say, I don't want to get in all the hyperbole and all the speculative issues, but we could bring it back the next month and go, you're not meeting your condition. We're recommending a reconsideration and remove our approval. I don't know if you could do that in North Dakota. Most states you can.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Corton. Mr. Jackson?
The only thing I would say, I'm okay with that policy, but that means it could be a few months until we annex, correct?
If you wanted to annex today, it would take at least 60 days, I would think. You know, this is a, this,
But by the policy you're talking about, it would probably be a few months until we
Absolutely.
have final plat. And, you know, we're kidding ourselves if we don't think there aren't going to be dust issues and weed issues and whatnot. And if we have intention to annex, then I think we need to take some of the responsibility for policing that and not throw it to the county or anything else, even though technically it's not ours yet. I just think that's the right thing to do.
Mr. Chairman, I have to agree with Mr. Jackson. I mean, we have our own issues in the county with developments that are taking place. And weed issues will be an issue here, or dust issues, with the prevailing winds. Let's face it, the neighbors to the west are the ones that are going to be impacted the greatest, west and south, or east and south, I should say. And I believe that should be, maybe that needs to be a part of those conditions. I don't know. I don't know that, that the condition shouldn't, that we already have there, should not also include resolving those issues with those individuals that have been impacted by this downstream flow of stuff already.
well,
Right
if
or
we,
wrong? Am I right or wrong?
well, yes, if it's annexed in, then our code directly applies. If it is not, then it's a question of, is a condition on a plat enough for us to enforce it if that stops? Well, you know, Mr. Colling could probably comment on that issue there. If we annex, Mr. Jackson, if we annex the property, we have vacant properties to the south. The homeowners that have testified that are in the county, now this would be our one and only shot in order to bring them in. Otherwise, we would have a donut hole. So if we annexed, we would need to annex a significant portion of this to bring in everybody that has testified.
I understand that, but we have intent to annex, and the developers will want to be annexed.
Yes.
So all I'm saying is that with that understanding, I think we take on some other responsibilities, and our attorney's probably uncomfortable with what I'm saying, but I just think we have to recognize that.
Thank you. Any further comments? This is item 5, rezone.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
just,
Mr. Krieg.
I guess more to add on his staff recommendation, number 6, a PUD shall be limited to a total number of multifamily housing units not to exceed 260. You had mentioned that we could modify that to give you guys, give the city some kind of flexibility in the future.
Well, the normal way of modifying it would be they just come back through it and do a modification. So the same way that they would get the PUD approval or the rezoning, they would come back and modify if they wanted to increase the number. Factor in this, that, you know, when you look at their plan, based upon that PUD, 252 is probably, unless they go up another story, based upon the building footprint, is probably all they can get, you know, with parking and everything else. They pretty much got it condensed in that area. So in order for them probably to increase that without going vertical, they would have to come in with a second phase. So this is probably going to limit what we're talking about based upon the other development standards that we do have, landscaping, parking, and so forth, unless they go up higher in order to have more units.
Okay. And I'm going the other direction. I would like to give the city flexibility to reduce that. So if we get into another area and we want to put more multifamily in a different area, just to give you guys more flexibility in the future. That's where I'm going. I'm not worried. I think it's capped at 260 the way it looks here. I'm looking at if you guys say, geez, that's too much, we need to go to 130.
If that's the case, then this would be the time that you need to make that motion. Or you'd modify it. You could, however you want to do that. If you're concerned about a time period, you know, factor in that this development, and this is something that we need to factor in, is the development is not going to happen in the near future. So a time period, we need to balance that in. And looking at my condition, I had in there that 2 years prior to significant development. I've looked at that as being if the applicant comes in and starts producing the infrastructure, you know, does the grading, does the sewer and water, then that's a significant capital investment, then they're vested in. So if you want to allow it that way, but reduce that number, that's fine. But you would need to reduce the number. That's how I would interpret that condition on the 2 years.
Thank you, Mr. Cortana. I guess I would agree that that's why we have you in that chair. So I'm going to trust your math.
Just to follow up, Ed, I don't know that I want to set a number. I mean, if in the future we're okay at 260, we're okay. But if in the future we think, geez, maybe we shouldn't have did that, that's where I'm going, is trying to give flexibility at a future date.
And my suggestion, Mr. Krieg, probably would be then we just approve the rezoning from R1 and R2, contingent upon the discussion we'll have next month on the apartment allocation, and then from there you could finalize the PUD on that portion, if you want to do it that way. But I feel comfortable with the number. It's your call. If you have concerns with respect to that, that might be the better way until we've had a good discussion on how we want to do apartments with the remaining allocation and where you want to proceed forward with that before you make a final decision.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Ed,
Mr.
how can
Elkin.
they be moving the kind of dirt that they're moving without without having approval of the county or the city when it comes down to a development such as this? Maybe Matt has to answer that. I don't know.
I guess I can answer that just on a contractor state, is if he files for a SWIP plan through the state, there is no grading plans that I'm aware of in the county that are necessary. You file for your SWIP plan because he's disturbing over a set amount of acreage. He's entitled to go ahead and move. I guess that would be a county issue. And up to your
Mr.
county
Chairman?
engineer to make that assessment.
Mr. Chairman?
Only?
Could you answer that?
As to the grading plans and stormwater management, historically, the city has limited that jurisdiction to the city limits, and we have not extended stormwater jurisdiction to the extraterritorial area. That is under review at this point. We do have a consultant that is looking at our overall stormwater management, and we anticipate getting some recommendations from them within the next several weeks to months. I anticipate one of the recommendations that they're going to give us is to extend stormwater jurisdiction out into at least the first mile of the extraterritorial area. That would encompass most of the areas that the city is or may be looking at annexing within the future. If that does happen, if we do extend that jurisdiction out, they would come, those areas would come within our normal stormwater management jurisdiction, and we would require grading permits for areas such as this that are doing some grading prior to plat approval. But it hasn't been a requirement that the city has imposed to date.
I just think of that.
Thank you, Matt.
as somewhat being, when I look at what they've done out here, I believe it's somewhat irresponsible. Especially considering what's already happened downstream. I would think you'd fix the first problem before you create the second one. Now they've got two problems. With the kind of dirt work that's been moved out, or the dirt that's been moved out there, that water flows downhill. And maybe the only way that we can give the city the authority to shut the grading down is to allow for the preliminary plat to move forward. And that's what you're telling me too, Ed, right?
That's item number
That
6.
is the proposed condition. Now, the only question that I do not have a definitive answer in is if that becomes a problem, and I would presume that the applicant would adhere to that condition, so it's more of just a discussion item, but if they did not adhere to that, would be the enforcement with respect to it. So I would hope that they would honor that agreement based upon preliminary plat approval, and I'll let the applicant talk about that issue.
Mr. McCormick?
Steve McCormick, Northern Improvement. First of all, the problems with the Coke addition and the damage that was done, I've not seen the pictures and was not aware of it. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't put us both in the same boat. Yes, we are a partner, but this is a different development, and we've been around Dickinson a long time. You know the work we do. You know we don't do that kind of stuff. And if there's any damage or anything, we'll step up to it. As far as shutting down the grading, that seems to be a real critical issue here. If, given a little time, if we could work with the stormwater and try and satisfy the people that need to make that decision, and if we can't do that, we'll shut it down. But it'll take a little time to assess what we're doing, what permits we have, and what we need to do for that runoff. As stated earlier, we are trying to build ponds in there. We've drilled the well to make sure that our dust abatement is. We've got the silt fences and stuff that we're putting into place. So we're trying to take care of any issues so we are not making the problems bigger downstream.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Any further comments from this commission?
Mr. Chairman?
Watson.
I'm really hopeful that your SWIP plan was put in place before you started grading rather than during the grading process.
Come on up, Dean.
I guess I want to know what guarantee we're going to have from Cook to contact us if this goes through. I mean, what guarantee are we going to have he's going to call us to take care of anything?
That's, Mr. Kubis, we hear your concern, and I guess this is another development, as Mr. McCormick stated.
Right, but that's all
And
going to come through our
we can't
property.
give him any guarantees. I have full confidence that Mr. Watson's looking at it and will hold up building permits and occupancy permits to make sure you people are taken care of.
Ed, you had said you have no jurisdiction there, right? How can that be? When my shop is within the 2 miles jurisdiction, if I want to do anything, it's got to be approved by the city.
There are different levels of jurisdiction. For stormwater management and for engineering review, it's limited to the city limits.
Oh, okay.
Zoning applies to 2 miles outside of the city limits. So there's different levels of jurisdiction.
That clarifies it. That's all I know. Thanks.
Thank you. Once again, we'll close the public portion of comments, and if any commissioners have a comment, or I feel that I'm ready to entertain a motion on the rezone issue, number 5.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to approve the rezone. Let me see here. Rezone position as depicted in the application materials for the Northern Meadow Hills, referenced as Exhibit A, as conditionally with conditions 1 through 9.
Thank you. There's been a motion by Mr. Grimm. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. All in favor of Mr. Grimm's motion, signify by saying aye.
Do you want to allow any more discussion?
If you wish, Mr. Jackson.
I don't have any, but I think there might be some.
Mr. Krieg?
Well, again, referring to number 6, I'd like to see something in there, but I'm okay at this time. I mean, I'm really looking forward to next month, making sure that we get a handle on R3, so if everyone else is okay with that, I'll exclude my comments on 6.
Mr. Kobach?
I'm okay with the rezone. It's the next one, I think, that
Okay.
we've got concerns with.
Mr. Grimm? Mr. Elkin? I'm scared to ask.
I'm willing to go along with the rezoning as long as the grading is shut down.
That could be handled in the next
And that'll be handled in the next
item.
Well,
Will it not?
I will let you know. It's not a condition on the rezoning. So if the preliminary plat is denied or continued, then that condition does not apply, and it's still in the county, and then they can continue to grade with the SWIFT unless there's county regulations that require that to be stopped.
Well, it appears as though we're about ready to approve the rezoning.
Correct. But I'm just saying on the preliminary plat, that condition on the grading is on the preliminary plat, not on the rezoning. So if you continue it, then that condition does not apply because you haven't approved it yet. So
So what are you suggesting?
Well, I guess the question could be on a rezoning request, it's, a novel one on there, if the city attorney agrees. I mean, there are times that you could put conditions on there. You could put that condition and put that onto the rezoning request, that grading shall stop until the stormwater and grading plan has been approved by the city engineer,
Okay.
if that's a satisfactory condition.
You said that very well. I would like that as a condition.
Okay.
That would be up to Mr. Grimm or
Yeah, I
Mr.
would,
Jackson to add that condition.
I guess I would agree with the addition of that 10th condition and move that, the rezone, move that we recommend that rezone with the 10 conditions.
Mr. Jackson, you feel the same about your second?
10th condition is what precisely?
Be that grading would cease at this time.
He's including the,
I hate to complicate this, but if we're really going to stop grading, I expect there might be some temporary retention dams that should be built out there, and, we probably won't want to leave it just the way it is.
That's the way I
don't know
feel.
that, but-
To make the statement to stop grading,
yeah.
it just seems really radical at this point without reviewing or letting Mr. Watson have his review to say yes, no, here, there. We could be bringing on a larger problem
That's my
of what,
Well, or maybe
what's there.
Maybe it'd be something more like install their SWIP. They have a SWIP in place.
They have it.
And we're talking about, well, they're working on installing their SWIP. They've said that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Watson.
the installation of their SWIP will not contain the stormwater. That's just to keep the dirt on the property. So that's not going to do any good to stop the grading right now. So I have to agree with Commissioner Jackson that I think that we should allow the grading to continue until we can get a handle on what's actually out there. I think for us to stop it right now would probably not be in the best interest of those people downstream.
Okay. That's all you had to say, Ed.
So, Mr. Grimm, do you want condition 10 or not?
Yeah, well, I'll just say it. I move that the City of Dickinson Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the rezone position as depicted and referenced in Exhibit A with the 9 conditions included in the staff's recommendations.
There's been a motion. Is there a second? Mr. Jackson?
Second.
Are you still in? Okay. Mr. Jackson, second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of Mr. Grimm's motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Against? Chair votes aye. We're moving on to item number 6, which we've already discussed at great length. Item 6 is a preliminary plot to consider for Northern Meadow Hills, first edition. The site is generally located in the northeast quarter of Section 29, Township 139, Range 96. The site is approximately 83 acres. I'm assuming Harvey is going to come up and let us know what's going on here.
Right. I'll just keep it brief here. We've done a lot of discussion on it already. Just one point of interest, to Gene's comment and everything. I know Mike has been in communication with the contractors on the project, trying to come up with a resolution and to get some repairs done. And I've been involved in 2 of the meetings, so he is working on it right now. So.
What repairs are we talking about?
Well, there's some with the earthwork around the detention pond. There's some washouts there and some maintenance, cleaning the debris off of the culverts We had talked about that. A lot of weeds and some timber from the construction and stuff are blocking, but he was going to pick that up, and then some of the settlement issues that have happened up there. So those are all in the process right now of getting started. Okay, with that, the preliminary plat as presented contains 83 acres, and that is just the area that is, there isn't any additional area. It's only the area shown on the plat itself that is being platted. Again, the plat is located in the northeast quarter of Section 29, 14096. The east boundary line of the plat, again, is on States Avenue. The south property line is a quarter line of Section 29. The plat consists of 10 blocks, and there's 149 lots. And again, there's 90 single-family and 58 R2 lots in this proposed plat. As previously stated, there is some infrastructure on that was put in as part of the Cook Meadow Hills on Maryland Street and on Wall Street, and the sewer line does actually run from the north to the south down States. In the northerly portion, it's in the right-of-way on the east side of States. As we come down past the Northern Heights subdivision, it was shifted out into the middle of the street and goes down to Maryland and then goes over into the lift station. That's there. And you know, some of that work was done in anticipation of this subdivision. This was kind of in the foresight when we were doing that. And again, I was going to make a comment on the annexation, but we've discussed that already. And again, with the utility companies, we've talked with them, and there's no problem there. The access points, which Bill alluded to, there was 2 of them on Wall Street and on Maryland. And the reason that we position them the way they are was to line up directly across from the existing streets that are in place. Just after Bill mentioned that, I just did some math. The center line to center line distance is approximately 485 feet between the 2 streets, and we just felt, I guess, very comfortable with the way it was laid out and coming in there, but, you know, we're willing to talk with Bill. So, I guess with that, is there any questions of myself or the staff?
Thank you, Harvey. I guess we've talked about this a lot already. The most important items that I think are a concern are conditions 3 through 8 that have to deal with the water, the sewer, the streets, the access, and also item 17, you know, the financial responsibility of the development. And as Mr. Jackson discussed earlier, that this is probably going to be a 2-year process with infrastructure and roads, and there's a great deal of consideration that needs to happen before first house being built. So, any other comments or questions of Mr. Schneider?
Well, you know, I know we're going to be talking about this grading plan again. I'd like to ask Mr. Schneider, I assume you have a design. There is a grading design that you've done. And
that is correct.
Sure.
And we as part of the preliminary plat application, we have submitted that to the city, along with the utility service plan, and, you know, whatever's required on the list was submitted to the city, yes.
Have you been able to coordinate that grading design with a consultant doing the design on State Avenue? And I don't know if that even has been done yet. My point is, how can you do your grading design without knowing what's going to happen on State Avenue? Trying to make a point.
Mm-hmm. You know, I know there was some communication at one point, and, you know, I would have to ask Dave, do you know what was submitted? Yeah, okay. I know there was something submitted to, I believe Cattermas was working on States, but I'd have to double check what was given to them.
But you understand my point, Hart?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
You
do.
know, I don't know how you guys can do it when you don't know what's happening on State Avenue.
Okay. I guess what we did, as far as the lining up and design, we were matching up to what was done on the other side of the street with the existing.
Sure.
The existing approaches. That's what we based our design on here.
And then I'd like to ask Mr. McCormick, you guys have the staff recommendations in front of you?
Yes.
So specifically on page 3, items 5, 6, and 7, you see those restrictions if we were to approve the preliminary plat, 5, 6, and 7? And it has to do with the timing of when you'll be able to get a building permit out there. You're okay with that?
Yes.
You know, hopefully, this will be done at the time you're looking for a building permit, but you guys are taking the risk that it won't be. We may have issues with financing or whatever, that it won't be ready by the time you guys are saying you want building permits. I just think we have to all recognize that. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. At this time, we could take any comments from the public on item number 6, which is the replat, or the preliminary plat, excuse me. Hearing none, any comments by the commission? Or Mr. Watson?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McCormick indicated that there was some grading occurring to establish detention facilities for stormwater. Could you address exactly where those are going to be? I don't see them indicated on the plan here.
They're probably not indicated on the grading plan, Bill. They're in the stormwater management plan. They'll be at the end of the streets, and then there will be one, in the drainage way along just to the west of State Street. Okay.
Okay. Well, we really need to,
And
we
that
need
was-
to have some
Yeah.
discussion of where those are located.
Yeah.
I don't think really a detention pond in the drainage way is probably appropriate. So we really do need to talk about it.
Well, yeah, those were part of the comments that we got from Apex
Okay.
that we're addressing right now.
Okay.
Okay, but they will be addressed.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Dean.
thank you.
Any further comments by the commission?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Scott.
I have a question actually for Mr. Colling. What's the best way, I thought I heard earlier that one of the better ways would be to approve this and then be able to restrict it based on that, but I want to make sure that these people get their problem fixed. And I know we're talking about two different developments. I mean, is that a problem, holding up one development because of another? Or are we better off passing this so that we can make sure that their stuff is addressed and fixed?
Mr. Kovash, I think we have enforcement mechanisms either way. We'd like to work with the developer of the Cook Meadow Hills in order to remedy those issues. That, as Mr. Watson indicated, that those discussions are ongoing. Anticipate we'll be successful in those, and I don't think that your decision on this particular plat should affect those continuing discussions that we're having with the developer on Cook Meadow Hills.
Mr. Chairman, Matt, didn't we address that once we rezoned the property?
I'm sorry, rezone
The grading issues, either stopping the grading issues or continuing with the grading issues, that's now left up to city staff.
No,
And to make
we
sure that the
removed that
problems-
condition
what?
on 10.
Well,
That
we
10th
removed
condition, yeah.
that, but.
That would
the
fall under
grading
number
can
6.
continue to put in the detention ponds to help alleviate what's happening downstream, right?
That would have to be handled in item number
It
6
wouldn't
on the
be handled in this
preliminary
item. It
plot.
doesn't have to be, right?
No, to answer your question, condition 10 was removed based upon the recommendation from the city engineer. He feels that stopping it at this point would probably be more detrimental than letting them move forward with things.
Right, because of the detention.
Correct,
ponds,
correct.
those things that need to be put in place. to
Absolutely.
help address the problem downstream.
Absolutely, absolutely. So there is nothing to stop that at this point. All we've done is the rezoning. So the question of jurisdiction, if you wanted to add ours as part of a condition, this would be the time to do that if you felt so inclined. Or make a
Does
motion
that
for
answer your
it.
question, Mr. Hupkins?
I feel like we're getting in deeper and deeper and deeper with not being able to crawl out of that hole.
I think what Mr. Catana is saying is the preliminary plot gives Mr. Watson the time and
Yeah.
to look at it, to review it, to say stop, go, change the elevations, change the grades, to work with Dean and Harvey to get through those.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And I would request that that condition be, if it's not clear in the existing conditions, that be inserted. That-
I think
that
it's
the city engineer should
perfectly
be allowed
clear.
to, okay, work with the developer.
In 3, 4, 5, and 6, as Mr. Jackson had pointed out.
Okay.
I mean, you can cut it any way you want it, but that's stormwater, sewer, and street issues are all addressed right there. So there's all your elevations. Unless I'm wrong, but I think it's all addressed right through 3 to 7. Any other comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I
Mr.
guess
Creed.
not going into a lot of detail, but I agree with Mr. Watson's access points there. I'm also concerned both north and south, there's no 80-foot streets going that direction. They're all appear to be all 72 or smaller as far as right-of-way. I don't know, it just seems like without those access points and then knowing even where the grade is going to be at on States Avenue there, it's pretty tough. I mean, as far as is Wall Street or Maryland Street, the access point going to get moved up to Cook Street, which is through their R3s and things like that, so.
Thank you, Mr. Krieg. Mr. Watson, 70 foot for the north and south streets, that's a little different from what we've looked at in Sundance, the Villas, Creekside. Most of those were 40, 50-foot easements, if I recall. And these are 70.
I could answer that question.
Yeah.
I'm more familiar with that. On Creekside, you got to remember, Creekside's removed. They decided not to pursue that. They came back with Washington Fifth. Washington Fifth meets our current standards, 66-foot right-of-ways.
Okay.
To their credit, they followed the right-of-way width that they're showing here is 70 per our comprehensive plan, in which we had the cross sections. We are going to look at that over the next year because we feel that there's some modifications to that, but ultimately that's where we like to have is maybe a little more right-of-way per our comp plan. So to their credit, they have expanded their right-of-ways.
Thank you, Ed. Any other comments? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Before we look for a motion.
Go ahead,
more
Mr. Jackson.
discussion. I want to make sure I'm hearing Mr. Watson right, that you're okay with them proceeding with grading?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Jackson, I'm okay with controlling the grading. Quite honestly, I haven't been out there to inspect what's going on. I'm not sure that I understand what's going on, and but I think that we should allow them to continue grading under the control of the city engineer.
All right. The grading is significant. There must be 15-foot cuts in places.
Hundreds of thousands.
It's really significant. I'd just like to review the three issues we've been talking about. Are you guys satisfied? And Mr. McCormick, I realize you have a different partnership here, or whatever you have, but we do have an owner that has some things to take care of on another subdivision, and I think we have to address at least some of those things. Are you satisfied that the failing street issues in Meadow Hills are being taken care of?
I am.
Okay.
I was not aware of of those streets that, I guess I was aware that one of those streets has not been paved, but I'll address those with Mike.
There are 2 or 3, I believe, and I can understand that we might not want to pave them right now, but I think if we don't, we have to get some kind of formal guarantee that they will be.
Well, I guess I'm of the opinion that I think we should go ahead and have them paved.
Whichever. Okay, and then lastly, I'd like to review the conversation between Mr. Kovash and Mr. Colling on the drainage damage, the other issues. I think I heard Mr. Colling say that you feel we have the means to take care of those issues.
I believe so, Mr. Jackson. There are enforcement mechanisms that we can use to deal with the stormwater issues. We have those under review right now, and to the extent that there is damage occurring on adjacent properties, if that stormwater runoff is in violation of our code, then that is a matter that we can prosecute through municipal court.
Do we as a board agree that if that subdivision has caused, for example, the death of trees, that this developer should take care of that?
I don't agree that this development should take care of it. I agree that Cook
Developer of Meadow Hills.
Meadows should be held accountable for it.
And erosion damage and all of that?
I agree that that should go on that first development. And I think, as Mr. Watson stated before, he could hold up building occupancy permits, other permitting items, until those are addressed. I think this is a whole nother development, whole nother character that we have to look at. Even though Mr. Cook is involved in this, we don't know his involvement to what degree. So to hold up this development, I think, would be wrong.
You know, I guess I'd like Mr. Schneider and Mr. Soren and Ms. McCormick to know that when I came in here today, I really didn't want to approve this without having some other assurances on this damage issue. From what I'm hearing right now, you know, I guess I'm ready to move forward, but I'd really like you guys to take a strong message to Mr. Cook that he's got to take care of it.
Mr. McCormick.
Steve McCormick, Northern Improvement. I was not aware of those damage issues when I came into this meeting. If Mr. Cook does not take care of those issues, we've got the wrong partner. So, yes, we will bring a heavy message to Mike, and if he's anything like what we think he is, he's going to address those issues and take care of them.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
think, you know, they are two different developments, but if I understand it right, this new development will likely drain where that current development is. So they are kind of tied together. I mean, I think it needs to be fixed, period.
Thank you, Mr. Kolash. Any other comments? Concerns?
Mr. Chairman? I
Yes,
probably should
go back.
address the park issue. They have not been in front of the park board as of yet. They are scheduled, I believe. But we've had conversation with Sean, and this particular acreage, I'm going to suggest we take cash in lieu. The remaining, if it ever does come in, might be a different story, because it looks like there's a path or a trail that might run in reference to the comp plan. So at this point in time, we have not voted on it. They haven't been in front of us yet, but we've had conversation, and that is the plan, is to take cash in lieu for this first 80-plus acres.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Krieg?
just trying to think back from last month, but didn't we continue a couple items last month because they did not meet with the park board yet?
Mr. Chairman, my recollection is that those were final plat approvals and not preliminaries.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, you don't really need to look at me anymore.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I mean, depending on how strong a message we want to send, we could continue this on for a month and let them come back next month to see what action has taken place with the landowners that are in need with the trees and the silt and everything else.
Mr. Chairman, I agree.
Can I
with
look at
Mr.
you?
Krieg on that one. Okay.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'll open the floor for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a motion of a continuance, and the reason being exactly what was stated. They need to resolve the issues, and I know that they're separate, but yet Mr. Cook is a part of this development as well. I'd like those issues resolved first.
There's been a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and second by Mr. Krieg. Any discussion?
Discussion from the floor.
Sure.
Steve McCormick, representing Northern Improvement. You know, we've been meeting since October of 12 in one fashion or another trying to get this. We've tried to comply with absolutely everything that's been requested. We're not going anywhere. You know who we are, you know where we are, and we'll continue to work with the people necessary to get the plan approved. But to hold us up for what he is a partner, no question, has done, and we had no knowledge of it, and I don't know if he did or did not have knowledge of it. But to hold it up for that issue, I think is being very unfair and very biased. I think it just doesn't reflect good on the people in Dickinson, and it certainly doesn't endear me to this process. You know, this is supposed to be a fair and equitable process, and we need to jump through the necessary hoops to satisfy everybody, but for you to withhold this because of what he did, I think is totally unfair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for
Mr. McCormick, we're not denying this. We're offering you a continuance just to resolve some issues that are already out in front of you.
Yes, and we've been working on this, and to have this being a continuance, and we've been working on it since October in 12, I think it's being very unfair. We've got a lot of people, a lot of money, and we're just you have all the control over this, even approving it. And you're not losing any control by passing this.
And we could probably address this at the final plat stage, too.
Well,
If
I would like to hope that this is resolved shortly,
Okay.
the issue. But to withhold this, as long as this process has been stretched out, and with all the things that we have in front of us, you know, I feel for those people. I've been in that position.
Yeah.
You know, but to hold it up for what your neighbor has done, or your friend has done, or your partner has done, I think is totally unfair.
Mr. McCormick, what I guess, what are we actually holding up? You're still going to continue grading, I'm assuming? Everything's going to continue
You know,
moving
if the
forward?
grading is as big an issue as you say, I agree that you don't want to just chop the grading off, because I haven't been up there for 10 days. You know, you could be creating more of a problem than what exists. But we're putting the ponds in place. We're putting everything out there necessary. We've drilled a well to try and keep the dust down. So it's just, it's just another step we have to continue to go through. And we've been going through all these steps for a long time. And I appreciate it's a lot of work for a lot of you folks too, but I don't want to start giving Bible verses because I don't know them well enough to cite them, but to chastise us because of what somebody else did, even though we're associated and partners, is just not fair.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Watson?
If I'm not mistaken, according to the conversations that were previously held here just a short while ago, if you continue this, then that takes the city engineer out of the loop and out of control of the grading. So, and the grading would continue in accordance with the preliminary plan, which has not been approved. So by continuing this, then we have no control over the grading at all. And in fact, the grading can continue and they can establish detention ponds in the drainage way, which incidentally, I hope you didn't install, and those are not wetlands. I just want to make that point that a continuance is not necessarily a good thing here.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Even though it's rezoned, I thought the rezoning would address that issue.
No.
Just to add on to Mr. Watson, though, we wouldn't have immediate control. We'd have the final control.
It's my understanding that if it's approved, the preliminary plat is approved, then these conditions exist. If it is continued, then those conditions do not exist.
But there's also a potential that it would not get approved.
Well, we do have, of course, the commission has a lot of authority over the final plat.
Right.
So that if this preliminary plat is approved, then these conditions would apply, and of course, the city engineering department can work with the developer and the contractor to establish what we really want to see out there. Otherwise, since this is out of the city limits, we have no control unless you really approve this preliminary plat.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. We'll open the floor for a brief comment.
I just want to make one comment. If you would look in your documentation I gave you in the emails and about the dates. The date that Sean Soren said he was forwarding the email to Toman Engineering regarding all of this is, in my correspondence to Gene Jackson, is June 12th of 2012. Not this year. This is a year ago. This has been going on for over a year. So if you think, this has just happened last week, it didn't. So we've been living with these conditions for over a year, and nothing has happened. And they were informed according to the city. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooklyn. We have a motion and a second on the floor that is open for discussion. Mr. Grimm, comments?
I do. I think continuing it, like Bill said, we're not allowing the city to engage or the engineering to engage the developer and fixing the issues at hand. I guess I would rather see the preliminary plat go forward so that the city's able to engage this process and fix some of the problems we're sitting with.
I agree with Mr. Grimm.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that too, but having said that, I think obviously it's going to have to come for a final. And personally, if those things have not been addressed by that time, it's likely not going to fly. So I think they have a chance between preliminary and final to address the situations that these people have. And if it is, I think we're okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Kovash. I think right now, with the ordinance in place, we aren't going to see a final plot for 60 days, so it does give Mr. Watson and
We're not going to see a final plot in 60 days.
Okay.
We'll be lucky to see a final plot in a year. I mean, based upon the conditions, the infrastructure has to be built, negotiations and the rest, I would think that it's probably a year from.
Thank you, Mr. Croton. Mr. Jackson?
I was going to make the same point as Mr. Kovash. I think the intent of the motion before us right now is to give them a chance to show us that they'll do what we want them to do, and I think we can use the final plat to do that as well. And by the way, Ms. Perkle is right. You know, Mr. Cook has known about this for a long time, and you guys should know that so you understand our hesitancy that you're hearing this morning. He's known about this for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. We have a motion and a second. I think at this point of discussion, if you guys don't want to change your motion, we should open it up for a vote and see where your motion falls. So, all in favor of Mr. Elkins' motion?
Mr. Krieg.
Oh, Mr. Krieg, I'm sorry.
What is your motion?
That was your motion.
Was it my motion?
Yeah. All in favor of Mr. Elkins' motion, signify by saying aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Aye. Motion fails. Any further discussion? Or we could open up the floor
Well,
to entertain other motions.
I just, you know, having said they might not see a final plat, we might not see a final plat for a year.
Considerable time.
That gives them a year to fix their problems.
Well, Mr. Krieg, I wouldn't say it's going to be a year, but I agree with that. It's going to be a considerable amount of time.
Well, I'm just saying for the landowners, though, we've just extended the time frame now from a month to basically when the final plat comes in. Because we have no way of holding them to anything until the final plat comes.
This
Chair-
opens up the door for Mr. Watson's involvement to bring back to the board if they're doing things properly or not, and to take care of the homeowner issues on the other one.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Watson.
actually, the city engineer has considerable
Jurisdiction?
well, other control that I can impose on the developer to finalize those revisions to the Cook Meadows properties, so that it won't take a year, I can promise the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Any further discussion? I would open the floor to entertain a motion on item 6.
Mr. Chairman, I move the City of Dickinson Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the North Meadow Hills preliminary plat as depicted in Exhibit A. It's meeting the requirements Dickinson Municipal Code, meaning the best interest, public health, safety, and welfare of the city, to include the 22 conditions outlined by staff.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of Mr. Jackson's motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Moving on, we're going back to item number 1, which is a rezone petition, to consider a rezoning petition for the Dickinson Public Works building from, or land from AG to GI. This site is generally located in the southwest quarter of Section 6, Township 139, Range 96 West. The site is approximately 25 acres. Is there anybody here to represent this, Ed, or are you taking the lead on this?
I will take the lead on this one. This is
Thank you.
This is a city-sponsored project. In essence, as I'm trying to get myself organized here, this is a rezone from ag to general industrial, consistent with the surrounding area. That area is industrial in nature. When we originally went through the building permit for the Public Works building, it was overlooked that they would need to get a special use permit if they kept the existing zoning. It makes more sense due to the activity in the surrounding area to rezone it to general industrial. That's consistent with the comprehensive plan. So we're recommending a motion of approval to rezone from ag to general industrial.
Thank you, Ed. I just want to make it known that I do own the property surrounding this. I will abstain from the voting on this, but I agree, Ed, that it is a general industrial area, so.
Hasn't the work already proceeded with this? Hasn't that been moving forward already?
That is correct. We issued the permit. I mean, the ag would allow it, it's just that it requires a special use permit. You know, this is one of those odd ones that I don't think anybody can say that they weren't aware of that issue. We've had it at public meetings, city commission meetings, we had the bids, we had everything else. So, you know, I could take the blame that that I should have got a special use permit if I kept it, or a rezoning for that. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan. I don't look at it as that we're doing any kind of a preference, because the public was well aware of the issue for the last year through the newspaper and through city commission and even planning commission meetings as well. So we're just trying to correct something. It's more, and it would be consistent with the area in that, for the property surrounding it as well. I see that area, per our comp plan, ultimately changing to industrial over a period of time, and this would be consistent with that.
I was just wondering that it just appeared as though apparently the city got out in front of themselves. I'm wondering how we would have treated a developer if they'd have done that.
Well, if they had that much notification and the rest, I would provide some leniency as well. I mean, I'll be frank and honest about it. It's not a hypocrisy issue. If there was that much and it was a staff error, I would look at it the same way and give them the option to proceed forward at their risk. If they didn't get the rezone, they didn't have to come back through a special use permit. So it'd be at their risk.
As a developer, Mr. Elkin, I appreciate that comment. Any further comments? Is there anybody in the general public that would like to comment on the rezone petition?
Matt Peterson with Nelson International. I just got a quick question. They put a road in. Is there going to be any assessments to any of the surrounding properties as far as any fees?
The road is part of the existing city property now, so we're just going over existing city property, so no.
Okay.
The city's going to put in that road.
Okay, thank you.
And Matt, I know there's a concern from the owner of Nelson that was brought to my attention by a phone call of how their detention pond, I think, is going to carry over, and how that roadway is going to carry into that detention pond that I'm sure Mr. Watson's looking at. But it actually has to cut into Nelson International's detention pond on how it was decided. Mr. Nelson did call me and bring that up as a concern. So I think that does need to be looked at. And when Mr. Watson told me that he was looking at it, so I have confidence that he is, so.
Thank you.
Any other comments by the public? Any other comments by the commission on the rezone petition for the city use building? Hearing none, is anybody ready to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
The
Mr.
City of Dickinson Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the Public Works rezoning petition from ag to general industrial as depicted in Exhibit A, as meeting all the requirements of the Dickinson Municipal Code and also being in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare.
There's motion, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I do have a little bit of discussion, and Ed, I know, you know this, you and I have talked about it, and I know it's a City of Dickinson building, but I agree with Mr. Elkin's statement, is that I don't think that if this would have happened to a developer, that it would be treated the same. But I know that you guys are under a lot of duress and a lot of burden, and this has been in the public light for many, many, many months, years. But I don't think a developer would be treated the same, so that's my only discussion with it. So any further comments?
Mr. Tooze, if I may,
Yes.
Gary Zuroff, Public Works Director. I think one of the issues with this Public Works facility is the previous city engineer left at that time, and there was a gap without a city engineer or Public Works Director. When I came and was hired by the city, these issues were unknown to me. The facility was bid, process was going on, and a lot of these issues weren't taken care of. So I think there was a gap from the previous city engineer. I don't know if it was decided then or that he looked at that. I'm not sure. But I guess that was the reason for the gap in some of the changes with annexation, rezoning, and a lot of the other issues.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. If there's no more discussion. Okay. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
All right. Item number 2 is a rezone petition to consider a rezoning of a low-density residential to community commercial. This site is located southwest quarter of Section 2, Township 139, Range 96, and this site is approximately 2.21 acres. If there's somebody here to represent that property, it is submitted by Colleen and Colleen.
Actually, my name is Josh House. I'm with Come and Go Convenience Stores out of West Des Moines, Iowa. I am representing, we currently have that property under contract. If you're familiar with the property, we have a small Come and Go convenience store there on the corner of 10th and the I-94 business loop. It is our intentions to rebuild that particular store, and in order to do so, we need to purchase some additional land. That being said, we are proposing 2.21 acres to be rezoned to the community commercial, and then we are going to leave approximately 2.57 acres to the north. We're going to have that remain R1. So we're only rezoning the portion of the parcel that will be used for the new Come and Go convenience store. And I am more than happy to answer any questions that anyone may have regarding the project as well.
Do you own
Thank
all
you.
the property that's within that, the 2.5 acres that you're leaving as R1?
We currently do not own it. We are under contract, so...
Purchase the 2.1 is what it is.
What's that?
The 2.1 acres or 2.21 acres, that's what you presently own, right?
We don't own it. We own the small corner. It's less than an acre. The 2.21 actually includes the additional property that we're going to purchase as well as our existing Come and Go convenience store. So we currently only own that hard corner there with the store on it.
You're looking at expanding the stores with.
Correct. Yes, yes.
Josh, I was trying to find one of your maps that shows the existing location there.
Yes.
I'm assuming your access points are now moving further north and further east?
Our access points right now where we're showing, they would move to the north. We would eliminate the existing access points and shift them so that we could get better traffic movement in and out of the site, especially with our truck tanker as they're dropping fuel. So we would have an access point on the, let's see here, the north edge of 10th Avenue, right up close to our property line there, and then also on the east edge of the property onto I-94, the business loop there. So we'd only have 2 access points in and out of the site.
Do you know about how far from the existing access point to the new? I'm just trying to get a feel of the whole, on the east, just the east.
I want to say it's about 250 feet off of that intersection. I don't have a scale or an engineered plan on me, but it would be approximately, I believe, 250 feet, roughly.
So you're going to eliminate that access and move it 250 feet, and that's going to be your only east access?
Yes, that'll be our only access on the east edge of the property.
Huge. Mr. Watson's not here to comment, but I'm sure Ed could. I think that would be a
Mr. Chairman,
welcomed.
you know, they'll have to submit a site plan with their building permit application that'll all be reviewed. This is just rezoning that we're looking at.
And with respect to the access, yeah, we'll take definitely a hard look to try to correct. Since this will be a major expansion, we can remove it or adjust it accordingly in order to avoid the existing problems that we've had at that intersection.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions for Josh?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other comments on the rezone petition by the public? Any staff or Mr. Josephson?
Thank you. Steve Josephson, City of Dickinson Community Development. And this is a request to rezone that piece of property, 2.21 acres, to community commercial. Two conditions that we are requesting is, first of all, that they be required to make a cash payment in lieu of land to the Parks and Recreation District prior to final adoption of the rezoning. And then second, prior to the issuance of any building permits, they need to plat the subject parcel in accordance with the city's subdivision regulations. This is actually part of an unplatted tract right now. So, and I have told the applicants about that, and they're preparing a preliminary plat application. Also, one thing to keep in mind too is that this is all, and they've been aware of this, is that they're going to be subject to the city's corridor overlay district requirements because of its location. And regarding the access issue, yes, that'll be worked out during the platting and then during the site plan review process. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This is a rezone of the land, and then we have to go through the formal platting stage, and I think that's when the parks would come into play on that piece of ground.
That is correct. I mean, we have it in our code that rezonings, if you increase the intensity, that you have to pay that difference. And we could establish the payment on that one. I'm not sure if there would be. It may be a wash at this point, and we would get the difference whenever it's platted at that.
Yes.
creating the new lot.
Just to Steve Josephson, city staff, for Mr. Kovash's benefit, my understanding is that they were going to contact Sarah Turner with the Parks District to discuss any fees.
Thank you, Steve. Any other comments?
Yeah, I do.
Mr. Grimm?
So, Steve, the property is it joined by R1 to the east and to the north? On the growth, as far as the planning goes, it shows all of the, so this change is in line with that. I mean, it joins R1.
What it is it conforms with the future land use map for the city of Dickinson, which shows that strip as being commercial, in the commercial land use category. The applicant had originally approached us about rezoning the entire piece of property over 5 acres. And the 2.21 acres falls within the commercial zoning, the commercial future land use category. The rest of it is within the portion to the north of there that they're leaving out, which is R1, falls in the residential future land use category.
So it's anticipated that would be R1?
That would be, or within the residential future land use category, so it's anticipated that would be residential development.
And then the property to the east would likely rezone to some type of commercial as well?
I believe so, yes. So,
To answer your question, Commissioner Grimm, when you look at the future land use map, there is a small strip that goes along the road, goes along Ballard at that point.
Right.
And I think it's only about 100 or 200 feet deep, and then from there it's residential, all the way up to where Ladberry would be at.
Mhm.
So this area has a mixed area. There is a portion that's commercial, which they show it as commercial. The residential portion is the residential per our future land use map in
Right.
order to be consistent.
Right, that strip is out of their, that's not part of the property that they have a contract on. So if somebody came into the east of there, you know, their request would need to be consistent with the future land use map.
Yeah, so from a planning perspective, do you consider it reasonable or proper to like to include an R1 adjoining a commercial development?
In this case, you know, you could have buffering for that with the multifamily allocation that we have throughout the city. We looked at that originally about a year and a half ago, and that was denied for an R3 designation. It's existing R1 at this point, if I recall right, per the zoning code. So I would be okay with that, with our established buffers, that they could address that issue. I mean, it's not traditional you do it that way, but I think that R1 is probably more, you know, just looking at it as an issue that is needed. We need more single family instead of another R2 designation. So I feel comfortable with respect to that. The developer, whenever they move forward, they need to factor that in, that they're next to commercial, and how they soften the land uses for the commercial next to it.
So what is the buffering for this type of development, R1?
For that one, if I recall right, and it's been a while since I looked at it, I believe they're required to have an opaque fence. There's various buffering mechanisms that they would need to have next to an R1 district, from a commercial to an R1 district. And that's something that I would like us to look at over the next year, is some additional buffering requirements to address this issue.
There'll be setback.
Thank you, Mr.
Part of
Carter.
that, and I don't recall them either at this moment, there are setback requirements too. So all of that is established during the development process.
Thank you, Steve. Any other comments? Hearing none, I'll open the floor up for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that Dickinson Planning and Zoning Committee recommend approval of the come-and-go rezoning petition from R1 to CC, subject to the two conditions listed above as meeting the requirements of the Dickinson Municipal Code, and also being in the interest of the public health, safety, and welfare.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Krieg, seconded by Mr. Elkin. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a vote. All in favor of passing this motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 There's been a request that we take a quick recess. I will not be returning after that recess. I will ask Mr. Jackson to please take over the meeting. And if we would resume at 9:35, just take a 5-minute. Mr.
Before you do
Cook?
go, Mr. Chairman, I do have some information I was going to talk to you at the end of the meeting, specifically defense, and I have some photographs in order to address that. So could you give me a call in the next day or so? I'd like to get your input with respect to it. It's a matter that's pressing, that's becoming more and more prevalent. So if you wouldn't mind calling me the next day or two, and you and I could talk about it. But I'm going to try to get some opinions from the commission with respect to the fences that are next to our intersections based upon our code, or lack of being consistent to our code. So I would like your comments along with everybody else's to see if there's a modification necessary.
Thank you. I will. If we could adjourn for 5 minutes?
Okay, we're going to start in no more than 5 minutes, because Mr. Elkin has to leave
I have
too.
to leave at 10 o'clock.
If you guys want to press on, because then we won't have a quorum.
Mr. Colling,
I
how
don't
does
know
that
how
work with the calling, with the quorum?
once quorum is established at the beginning of the meeting, it exists so long as the meeting continues, regardless of whether members need to leave. But better practice would be to press on and get as many matters done before the majority of the
Press on, I have to leave at
the board needs to leave.
as well as Mr. Elkin, so.
Mr. Chairman, I would prefer that we press on and
I'm all in favor of pressing on. Okay, we'll continue on then, till 10. That's when you have to go through? Okay.
I do.
Okay. All right, we'll press on with special use permit, which is item number 3, to allow for multi-family development on a property zoned LC on Block 6 of Lot 1 of Cooks Meadow Hills 4th Edition, which is in the northwest quarter of Section 28, Township 140, Range 96. Mr. Kitson.
Morning, Chairman, morning, Commissioners. Just like it states, we're looking at that area there. There's a R3 adjacent on the east side of the LC lot. I think at the platting time, they'd considered that to be all R3, changed to LC. Anyway, we're back to the special use permit. I know there's several conditions that did get put on this from staff, all of which I've been made aware of. One of our big plans for this property was to do affordable housing, and there's probably 4 or 5 different options out there for affordable housing. The one we're applying for right now is a USDA loan, and in order for me to move forward with that, I actually have to have the land that's buildable on to apply for it, and that requires 90 days of EPA study and those type of things to get through for approval, at which time we can go into full design. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions on it.
Thank you, Quentin. Ed, I'd like you to comment on this, because didn't we rezone that, and didn't Mr. Kitson get final plat approval?
That was last month.
Yeah.
So this is the same, this is right to the south of it.
Right to the south of that
This is a
parcel.
different project. Now, what I told Mr. Kitson last month was, because we had been meeting on that other one for about 6 months, a year. All right, I felt comfortable allowing that going forward. And I said I wasn't in favor of any more additions for multifamily in Cooks unless it was affordable housing to the natural benefit to everybody in the community. I put the condition number 8 on there, and I left it broad because we've had our discussions, and it's kind of the chicken and egg story here. They have to get approval in order for them to submit for their application, in order to get their funding. The funding will establish a long period of time, potentially up to 40 years, that this has to be an affordable housing project. I feel comfortable with that. I think as a community, we need to encourage that. So allowing additional apartments, but tied to a definitive source that has enforcement provisions, I feel comfortable with. So that's why I feel comfortable with this one, and that's why I purposely left condition 8 broad, so that if Mr. Kitson and I don't come to an agreement, he can come back to you and present it, but he'll have to modify it.
Thank you, Ed. It doesn't say a time period in number 8, and I guess Quentin, being familiar with those programs, I think 40 years is too long. I think to the extent of the one that you're applying for, most of them are 10 to 15, if I recall.
The one we're actually after is a 40 year
It is 40
program.
years? Okay.
Ed and I did have this conversation, because we could come back to a FHA one or another type. There could be a private funding that we could meet the standards of affordable housing, that type of thing. And I was resisting putting in something specific, because there's a lot of legwork to it, and then you get down and find out you're at 20 years, and if we say 40, and I believe that's where we were when we had that conversation. It has to speak for that. That was my understanding.
I was willing to be lenient to knock it down to 39 years. So,
It's about where I thought we'd expect to see it.
Oh.
But hey, in light of the new quota for apartment, I probably could just we could probably take number 8 off.
It would be based upon, some legitimate measures for that. And different housing agencies have different timing programs, so I'll factor that into consideration. The key is trying to get affordable housing as quickly as we can for the area and for it to be a period of time that's worthwhile. You know, if it's only 5 years, that doesn't make sense. But 15 years, something like that or greater, that makes sense in order to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Corton. Any further comments? Any comments from the public? Thank you, Quentin.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I realize that this is just for the special use permit special use permit designation consideration, and I also realize that the drawings submitted are conceptual, but historically, we also know that we can't bring our concerns forward soon enough for the sake of the developer and for the sake of the builder. The way that buildings are depicted on the conceptual drawing brings some serious fire department access concerns to the table that the developer and that the builder needs to be aware of. So again, when you move forward with your consideration of this, I would hope that the concept being presented and laid before you today is not misconstrued, that that's approved, because there's some issues that we need to work out with them on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Seebach.
I would have to agree with Mr. Sivak that it is a very conceptual plan. Truthfully, we can't even have any plans until we get the feedback back from the USDA, and in all cases have the same concerns that Mr. Sivak just brought up, and be more than willing to work through each one of those things through the permitting process and that. Thank you.
Thank you, Quentin. Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, in light of the fact that this is going to be an affordable housing project, is condition 2 reasonable? Is 1 year? I know those projects take a long time to put together.
Condition 2 is 1 year for that. I would think that if it's taking a lot longer for that, and I'll have Mr. Kitchen come up here. I mean, I'm open to extending that longer. The key is we don't want it to be hanging out there.
And I agree with that.
And I would hope that they would be able to wrap things up pretty quick and then moving on this project. He and I had spoken about that, but if we feel that we need to make it a little bit longer due to its greater value for the community, I'm fine with that.
You know, we had this, you brought that up, Mr. Jackson, last month, and at the last one, and I was like, oh, a year is plenty time. I have learned in the last couple months that the permitting process is, and hopefully we're going to get better at this, but that's a long process, and I guess so. The year for us is realistic, but when I do read the SUP, it kind of depicts that if I'm not in the ground with foundations, I'm really not in compliance with the conditions. So a year probably on this project, considering the time frame we're going into. This is the next year project. There's no doubt about it. But I would think that a year is pushing it, to be honest. I don't have a problem with the year if I can get the extension, and but I know there is some turnaround or turnover in staff once in a while, and if Ed's here, I probably am okay. If somebody else is here, I don't know who I'm talking to. So, I'll go with whatever you guys feel comfortable with, but I do know I'm a minimum of 90 days from just getting a decision. If I have to find other funding, I could be another 60 days, and then I start plans, and then obviously I go into permit and negotiate, permit and then comments, and so.
I'm fine with modifying that, modifying it.
I think we should, for the benefit of him going through the trouble of putting it at a 2-year, that process has become very long, so just to protect your interest.
Okay. Thank you.
What? You ain't going anywhere? Any other discussion? Hearing no other input from the public or the board, willing to entertain a motion for item number 3, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move the City of Dickinson Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the special use permit for a multifamily dwelling units as depicted in Exhibit A, as meeting all the requirements of the Dickinson Municipal Code and also being in the interest of the public health, safety, and welfare, along with the following 8 conditions, with the needed change to Condition 2, extending the time frame to 2 years from date.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Kovash. Any discussion on Mr. Elkin's motion? Hearing none, all in favor of Mr. Elkin's motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item 4 is a special use permit to consider a request for a special use permit for a convenience storage facility. This site is located 310 feet east of 9th Avenue Southeast and 150 feet of the center line of Burlington Northern Santa Fe's railroad tracks along the livestock lane. This site is zoned general commercial and is approximately 4 acres. Do we have the applicant here to represent it?
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Matt Hall with Highlands Engineering, representing the applicant. As stated, we're requesting a special use permit for a storage unit for approximately 440 units. It's located just east of the pro-build for the storage yard, and it adjoins just south of the railroad tracks. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Matt. And I guess, do we need more storage units in town? I think so. I drove out there and I'm not really, I just don't see that in that area, but I don't know what the other commissioners feel on it. To me, it doesn't fit, but that's just my personal opinion. Any other discussion? Any other input? You look like you disagree with me, Mr.
You're
Jackson.
surprising me. It's an industrial area.
I just feel
thought it was
that
a perfect
location
spot.
with the railroad tracks, it's an industrial area. This is more of a little storage unit type deal that's in there, but that's just my quick one view look at it. I don't know how the adjacent property owners, does it fit in the,
Don't you have to leave?
I do have to. But you guys might totally disagree. That's your decision. So.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is such an odd size, shape, whatever you want to call it, but I guess I think something like this fits in there. You're going to need something like this to be built in there because it's, long, narrow. It's just a kind of an odd piece. I think it's good to see something going in there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Krieg.
Mr. Chairman, you said it all.
I did, huh? Thank you, Matt. Is there any other input on the proposed use of this land? Hearing none, I willing to entertain a motion. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, very quickly. Steve Josephson, Community Development. The staff does recommend approval subject to the conditions on here, most of which reflect information that we got from the applicant. The one thing they asked for is in terms of the buffer yard requirement on the northern portion adjacent to the railroad tracks be waived, and staff does not have an issue with that. GC zoning is a zoning district that you can certainly put this in, and it's all surrounded by GC zoning. We've received no comments on this, Mr. Chairman, to address your concerns. We've received no comments about this, and I believe this is also allowed in GI zoning as a special use too. So we don't see any compatibility issues, and recommend approval subject to conditions.
Yes, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Condition number 3, you have hours 8 to 5, like in an industrial area, and it's a storage unit. I guess what's the thinking behind an 8 to 5 hours of operation for storage?
That was actually the applicants, and that's just for the office.
Oh.
That's just for the office. People who store there will have 24-hour access.
Okay.
Via a keypad or however else they get an automated system.
Thanks.
Thank you, Steve.
Another question here, Steve. On the, under the major issues, number 3, all driveways within a facility shall be paved minimum 25-foot width. Are you saying the approaches, or are you saying the entire surface other than the buildings?
Shall provide a paved surface with a minimum.
Or maybe
width. That's the that is the drives in there, but we require paving in new developments anyway, and this is a requirement in the code.
Okay.
The actual throat width of the entrance and all that can be wider, I think up to 35 feet, and it's typically what they would provide, but the 25-foot is the turning around each of the units in order for them. Similar to what we have for our parking, you need to be able to back up and be able to stay on a pervious surface instead of go rolling off on gravel. That's the idea behind it.
And that, I guess my point was that I wasn't clear if it was just for the driveway, the access in, or if the entire area had to be paved.
It's
And
just the area in front of the units and the drive access leading to that and the entrance off the road.
And that's fairly standard with storage units.
Thank you, Steve. Any other discussion from the public or the commission? Open the floor for a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Cole.
I move the City of Dickinson Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the petition for a special use permit for a convenience storage facility, subject to the conditions listed above as meeting all the requirements of the Dickinson Municipal Code, and also being in the interest of public health and safety and welfare, along with the 8 conditions.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Kovash and Krieg. Any further discussion of the motion? Hearing none. All in favor of Mr. Kovash's motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Moving on to item number 7, which is a rezone petition from agricultural, general commercial, light industrial, general industrial, and rural residential to general commercial, light industrial, general industrial, and rural residential. This site is generally located in the northwest quarter of Section 15, Township 140, Range 96. This site is approximately 139 acres. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and member of the chair. Excuse me. As you said, this is a 140-acre subdivision. This consists of the BK subdivision mainly that was platted back in 2011. We're coming back and we've added to that approximately 14 acres located along Highway 22. It's the Gordon Cottermas property where that existing residence lies. So with that, we're proposing a replat to include that portion and provide what we think is a better layout for this land. So this rezoning application, we're modifying the existing zoning to match our proposed plans for the site. We have increased some of the densities in the middle of the lot to be a little more heavy industrial. We also are still including a rural residential buffer on the south end that was requested at the board at the last meeting, and staff has requested that we include that as well. I guess we'd like to open that up for a little bit of discussion. I believe we can provide a better product there, and the developer's here with me, Wayne DeYoung, as well. We're proposing possibly a landscape berm in that area to buffer this rather than the rural residential. Mr. DeYoung has experience with these buffers, and he can go into further detail on that if you like. I'd be happy to answer any questions or comments you may have.
Andrew, basically, are you going to reuse that approach that Mr. Cattermus uses right now?
We are not. We've talked with the DOT. We're proposing on removing that approach and relocating it to line up with the approach on the west side of the highway that enters into Solarby.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Any comments by staff? Steve?
Mr. Schrank, if you could stay here. Let me, Steve Josephson. So you're going to propose that the area that's proposed for RR zoning be a buffer? So you're not in total agreement with the recommendation?
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes. What we'd like to request is to remove that rural residential. What we see happening there is you're sandwiched between general industrial and existing mobile home park. We look at the product that's going to come in there and what those lots are going to sell for. It's just not going to be an appealing product. What we'd like to see is possibly a 50 or 100-foot landscape berm to buffer that existing mobile home park from this industrial. I think would provide a better visual appearance in that area versus having a trailer out there with 4 or 5 people living in that trailer. I guess we'd like to open that up to the board's comments. We left it as rural residential on our application just because of staff's recommendation. That's what was approved previously, but we'd like to get any comments you may have on that, if that may be a possibility.
And the staff position is that it remain rural residential. I believe at the time when this was originally adopted, the idea was to have something that was that would be compatible with the residential development to the to the south of there. And given that that was the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation, and also the City Commission's approval, that we stand by that intent. They have reduced the amount of area that was originally proposed as rural residential. The northern extent of that rural residential area has been reduced. Still feel that it's enough of an area to provide a buffer between, a step down or whatever between that mobile home zoning to the south and what's going to be developed on the development. So we're going to stand with our staff recommendation.
Thank you, Steve. Mr. Corton, to arbitrarily change that zoning on those south lots, we would have to re-advertise, and that's not even a possibility at this point.
I would strongly suggest that. I mean, I would see if there's any comments here from the public. If they wanted to propose that, they can. Obviously, if for us, at this late juncture, we would need to see, I'm not saying that I'm completely against a berm issue, but I would need, that berm would have to be at least 10 feet landscaped on top and the rest, and the only way probably to address the issue would probably be those portions come in as a PUD, so we could place appropriate conditions and say you can't have X number of uses and limit those uses next to that in order to make that work. So, but at this point, we're not ready to negotiate at this point. We'll stand with our determination, recommended continuance if they want to pursue that.
Thank you, Ed. Andrew?
Thank you. We have informed the applicant of that. We're aware that we would have to re-advertise, but I think it would be worth it for this developer to at least bring that up at this meeting. We really don't want to push that real residential there. So we'd be willing to push this back and continue this if you are willing to look at the possibility of a berm in that location.
If I may, Wayne DeYoung. Currently, we left this in here, and I instructed him to do so because that's what the city wanted, and it was the way it was laid out. As I analyze what those lots would be like between a 30-some-year-old mobile home park and industrial, I vision, what would we put there? I do a lot of single-family residential in Michigan. I do a lot of commercial. Then the question is, what about the road? And we can get into all that. So I throw this out, not that we have to eliminate it, but I'm willing to postpone it, take another month, if it's something that makes sense. I could cheaper give 10 acres of that land to this subdivision for a park than I could build that road and recoup cost. I don't think those lots would bring the value that it would take to fully improve the roads, and now you have a new improved road on the end of an old mobile home subdivision. And I have nothing against mobile homes either. My wife and I lived in one 35 years ago when we first got married. I guess if there's a better product for the folks living there and the community, that's what I'd like to have. If you feel this is the best product to put in, and the other point of it is the Green River Industrial Subdivision does already border the east side. You have commercial designation on the west side, and by definition, you're going to have commercial industrial on the north side. So we have a three-sided box already, and we're going to put residential further into it. And I've had this discussion with Mr. Josephson too, and like I said, I left it in here is because they wanted it there, but perhaps there is a better mousetrap. If you think not, I'm not going to waste the time. If it's a requirement and we're going to stick to it, I'll have to figure out how to buffer these lots, albeit they're going to have to live with industrial, they know it ahead of time. So the park idea, buffer idea, the size of it, I'm open to all that, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you, Wayne. Steve, maybe a comment on here. If it's a matter of expense on that southern road, you're probably gonna have to put that in, whether it's mobile home, industrial, general commercial, or what have you. Our requirements in our ordinance say that he's gotta put that road in. So it's not a matter of expense on the road, the burden falls on him. So whether, I mean.
That is correct. I mean, they are required to put in the half section just like the original plat was. Now, that being in the county, it would be a county specifications for the road itself, but just because they would propose to be a park or a berm or anything else, it's their obligation to contribute to that, just like any other property owner would. They could use that to their benefit, or they could use it not, but they need to contribute a portion of that and help with the extension of that road.
Mr. Corton, I believe that because of the industrial lots in the subdivision, he's going to be required to hard surface that road.
That is correct, yeah. Within the subdivision itself, I don't know about, and that would be discussion purposes, if you want to have the road itself to the south, have that to that level, or keep it at the current level, since they only have a portion of that. But within it, absolutely, because it's industrial. The other one is buffering the mobile home subdivision classification. So on that, I'll leave that up to the county to decide.
He would have to hard surface it because of lots 10 through 22. That's the same.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it only makes sense in order
to do, and everybody else, they had to hard surface. So.
Right. And I'm open to the idea. I mean, I understand where they're coming from. The more I think about that, if that area is, the original idea of having that rural residential was to have that transition area. We didn't want to have commercial coming right up against the Kryalchek subdivision. So we proposed a buffer, and they brought forth rural residential. Now, should they come back with an open space and a berm? Well, I guess the question would be, is it going to be developed? It would just be an open space, And you and I both know that if you have an industrial use with open space, those sounds, the visual will still be there. So in some ways, a berm makes sense, but that has to be negotiated on our side. If they want to classify that as a park setting and put a berm in, it probably would be the greater good for all. But I guess the key on that would be the berm would need to be a high enough level that, you know, would reduce the sound. And I think due to the grading on this site, that they would be able to easily make a berm to whatever size, 6 or 10 feet, in order to make that work. I think they would have sufficient soil in order to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I've always been uncomfortable with this residential in this subdivision. I just didn't see how it was going to work with general industrial. So, you know, I'm really open to this. I was going to suggest this morning that we do a berm on the boundary between the industrial and the residential. I suspect the developer could probably just extend those lots to the south. Those industrial lots to the south would be one option as well. But at any rate, personally, if they're open to continuing it and working with staff, I'm fine with that.
That's my question to Wayne and Andrew. If it's your wish to continue this, and I'm with you, Mr. Jackson, I'm not in favor of this rural residential here at all. So if he's gonna PUD it or change your lot layouts and you make the staff happy on that, I'm with you, Mr. Jackson. I think that it doesn't fit.
It certainly would be open to something. The one thing I would bring up is open space to the south or a park or whatever, then who's going to be responsible for maintenance of that? Certainly, we have seen in the city and the county what can happen to open spaces, which is essentially anything and everything ends up on there. Is it going to be? And I know that in the case of a park, I don't know what the park district's position is on operating a park, especially out in the ETZ.
Maybe they need storage.
So these are some
Wayne.
considerations as what is going to happen to that space that's still going to mitigate the impacts of essentially commercial and industrial development.
Hey, Steve, before you,
Mr. Grimm.
so we're talking about buffering here at the south end because it's because it adjoins RR. What about the property to the west that is RR? Is there there's no consideration of buffering that property? So to these lots
Those are
here.
commercial lots.
I don't believe there is any RR to the west.
No, those would be.
That's to the east.
Or
The
to
east is
the east,
industrial.
sorry.
That's H&P drilling. And
That's industrial lots as well.
That's industrial.
I guess to further expand on this, if we're going to be required to build the road on the south end either way, I don't know it's going to pay for us to remove this rural residential. So if we are required to build that road, I believe the developer's preference would be to keep those rural residential lots. And our plan for maintenance was we'd maybe do a conservation easement along there and leave it up to these industrial lots, maybe a 100-foot conservation easement, leave it up to these industrial lots to either maintain those or they could possibly just let the grass grow wild. I'm not sure what you would prefer to see there, but those are some things we had discussed.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Steve, our rural fire district is looking for land. Would this accommodate that? Could they work with?
They could conceivably work with, certainly that area would be more than enough. I guess the only issue would be the access, onto, onto 22, because that road currently doesn't go all the way through. The road on the south side that would be built, but certainly for a public use like that, we have, Mr. Costelletti wants to talk to the county zoning board
Right.
in early August. So of course that would be up to then the city whether or not they that could be dedicated as part of the planning process for a public use like that.
I'm just asking, I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if
Something
that would work or
we
not.
have a discussion on,
The
because
rural
that's,
fire district is.
they have indicated a real need for something
Yes.
more county. So that's a thought for the developer.
Well, I guess,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, what you could do is approve it as is, and then they could come back and with a, looking at it the cost-wise, and then come back and just for a rezone of the RR lots at a future date if they wanted to change that. At least they have their approval today. If we continued it, they would have to wait another month in order to address it, approve it as today, and then they could come back next month or subsequent months to come back to modify that as a park or some other PUD or something. That might be the easiest way to address that today.
And the next item is the preliminary plot, so we can cover those lines and change at the final plot stage of how those lot lines lay, so.
I'm open to a lot of ideas about that. I'd like clarity on the definition of that road. There's a 33-foot right-of-way existing to the edge of the subdivision to the south, and they're asking for 50-foot. I guess that's 50 instead, or 100 instead of 66. But am I clear to understand that if we would eliminate this, make a park or anything for the benefit of these people, not access any kind of commercial or industrial, would that, am I hearing correctly, this road needs to be put in and hard surface?
That's basically how I understand our
That's how
ordinance.
the county has made the call over the last year or so with respect to that.
Well, I would suggest nobody would like that road put in, and maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't think you'd want that road used to access industrial land back there. So then, are we back to residential again? And if we are, is R1 the right zoning for that?
Well, to answer your question is the legitimacy of that road. That road was years ago platted a portion of that. We could look at the plat, but eventually that area would be in the city, and our current standards would be that we prohibit, I think, cul-de-sacs greater than 150 feet. So, and I would imagine that looking to the south, that obviously that's greater than 150 feet. So rural standards may be different as of today, but the fire issue is probably the biggest one. You don't want to have a long cul-de-sac in order to get access to that. That could be something that could be looked at, but I would think that road, that normally we require a road in order to provide some kind of a direct access to that. That's the highest factor for us to look at. Beyond that point, if that's not a direct fire issue, maybe cul-de-sacing one or two of these lots or something to that extent could work, but it would appear to me that probably that road would need to go through for emergency purposes. That's kind of the logic behind that.
All right, I think for zoning purposes, we'll stand with what we have presented then.
Thank you, Wayne. Any other public input? Hearing none, any other further input by the commissioner, Mr. Josephson? Ready to entertain a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move that the City of Dickinson Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the Great Lakes rezoning petition as listed, meeting the requirements, the Dickinson Municipal Code, and as being of interest to public health, safety, and welfare.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Krieg. Any further discussion?
Would the two of you be willing to add another condition for a berm on the north side of those rural residential lots?
Would the berm fall on the industrial lots or the residential?
Whichever, either way.
Any preference?
They would fall on the residential lots.
Okay.
Because the grade's going to drop there, and I would like to do that anyway for marketing, even though they know what's there.
Mr. Grimm, would you be willing to modify your motion?
Yeah, I would be willing to add a motion or a condition that we include some type of berming or landscaping that buffers the industrial to the north of the R1 lots or RR lots.
Do you want some clarity on that, Steve? Because that's just going to be an issue of, is it landscape or is it berm? How do we do that, Matthew? I mean, I think there should be some clarity there.
Call out a berm, call out
Yeah, call it a berm or landscape or whatever
Yeah.
you wish. Make your motion one way or another.
It needs to be a berm.
It needs to be a berm. Yeah, we'll say berm.
All right. Mr. Krieg? Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of Mr. Grimm's motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I would like to take a short 5-minute recess, and when you guys come back, Mr. Jackson will be taking over the meeting. So, thank you.
By Attorney Colling. We know we have 4 members now. Any motion would have to have a supermajority, a 3-1 vote. A 2-2 vote would not make the motion move forward. Am I correct?
Mr. Chairman, under the rules, a quorum once established at the beginning of the meeting continues so long as the meeting is in existence, so long as the meeting continues. A motion may be passed by a majority of the members then present and voting at the meeting.
So Mr. Curtin is correct in,
As long as you have a majority of the 4 of you, a motion would pass.
okay, the record should show that Mr. Tews and Mr. Elkin did have to leave. We are on agenda item number 8, which is a preliminary plat proposal for the Great Lakes First Subdivision. Mr. Schrank, are you going to present?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Andrew Schrank with Highlands Engineering and Surveying. Same property we just discussed before, just discussing the plat now. We do have one change to the drawings you have in front of you we'd like to request. In front of Lot 10, we have 50 feet of dedicated right-of-way. We'd like to propose that access to that lot come from the existing frontage road and commercial acre subdivision. And we'd like to remove that 50 feet of right-of-way up to Lot 11 of the rural residential portion. Otherwise, everything would stay the same as we have shown. If you have any questions or comments, I'd be happy to address them.
And I think the idea there is to try to manage the industrial traffic a little bit better.
Correct. Right now, you would be possibly mixing commercial and residential traffic. If we do remove that right away, you would separate that residential traffic from this commercial portion to the west. And further, that was the way the original BK subdivision was approved. It did not have that connection as we're showing we do now.
That means that you're only going to have access to Lot 10 on a few feet there. Would you extend that frontage road to the north, maybe?
That would be where our access would come from. We wouldn't want to extend it any further. We'd probably just put an approach at the end of that. We could do some sort of turnaround for emergency services if that's what you'd like to see as well. We could do a T-type turnaround at that southwest corner of Lot 10.
Well, and I would think it would be appropriate to approve the preliminary plat with that general concept and work out the details with staff between now and final. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody from the public have any, this is a public hearing, so anybody from the public have any comments on the preliminary plat? Any comments from the public? Any more comments from commissioners? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, just to make one note, the BK subdivision is subject to a development agreement, which I believe was finalized just within the last 30 to 45 days. That agreement was for this particular property and assumed that the BK subdivision and the right-of-way that was dedicated in there is what was going to be constructed. If that's going to change, we'll have to have another development agreement approved by both the city and the developer in order to allow for the construction of these roads and take all of that into account.
Is that understood?
Yes, that's not a problem.
Okay. Anything else from commissioners? Okay, we'll declare the public hearing closed.
Mr. Chairman, we have staff comments.
Sure.
Yes. The staff, and of course, the proposal to eliminate that right-of-way they'll be reviewed during the final plat process. We also had recommended three conditions to go along with this, and one of them was that they provide a letter from the Department of Transportation stating that access onto North Dakota Highway 22 has been granted for that subdivision, and then actually getting a form, that they show us a formal letter to Southwest Water that they've asked for water service, and then that a final subdivision agreement shall be approved by the city. That shall be they would have to come in, as Mr. Colling said, and come in with a new subdivision agreement to address this new subdivision.
Mr. Josephson, does item number 2, your second condition, suggest that we won't approve the plat unless service is received? Or?
We are supposed to actually get as part of the preliminary platting process. No, it's not suggesting that.
Okay.
It's a requirement that they actually submit show us that they've made a formal request to Southwest Water asking for service. No, it's not and then they would say whether or not service is available.
Because I think there is an issue.
We have to date not received that letter. I saw an email that was sent from, an email correspondence between the applicant's representative and Southwest, and Southwest Water, and Southwest Water, but just want them to submit with the final plat, any sort of formal letter that's been sent to them.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, if I may address some
Sure.
of Steve's comments. We do have a letter from Larry Gangle stating that he is okay with the approach location as long as we do remove the existing approach. We will formalize that with a formal state approach permit application to the DOT as well. The Southwest Water issue, we have talked with Bruce Coppinger at Southwest Water. He has told us that water will be available to this area. They are expanding their services, so it will be available. However, they do not provide guarantees until lots are sold. They don't allow developers to vest all their lots all at once, so they'll have to come as these lots are sold. So I'm not sure how much further we can go with that Southwest Water issue until these lots are actually sold.
That's fine, Andrew. All we're asking is that with that is a requirement of the preliminary plat.
Sure.
to submit that letter, and we had not received that as part of the submittal.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that the City of Dickinson Planning and Zoning Committee recommend approval of the preliminary subdivision plat for Great Lakes, first subdivision replat, subject to the three conditions listed, as depicted in the applicable materials as meeting the requirements for Dickinson Municipal Code, and also being in the interest of the public health, safety, and welfare.
I'll second that. Any more discussion? Any further discussion? If not,
Mr. Chair, were you going to include in that motion their request about the right-of-way, or?
I assume that was included.
Southwest corner, was it Lot 10, I believe?
Lot
Yes.
10.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, motion carries. Okay, we'll move to agenda item number 9, which is a preliminary plat for the Sen First subdivision. Who will be presenting for that preliminary plat?
Thank you once again. Andrew Schrank with Highlands Engineering, representing the owner of Sen First subdivision. This property consists of approximately 5 acres, located out just west of the golf course along Patterson Lake. It actually runs right along Patterson Lake Drive. It's surrounded by existing residential development. The owner is proposing to do 5 approximately 1 acre lots. We did receive staff comments, and all those comments are agreeable. We have talked with Southwest Water. The owner is in conversation with Southwest Water on trying to get that taken care of as well. If there's any additional comments, I'd be happy to address those as well. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Schrank? Okay, this is a public hearing, so we'll open the floor to any comments from anybody in attendance. Anybody wish to comment on the preliminary plat for the Sen subdivision? Staff.
The recommend approval with 2 conditions, and one is a formal request for service from formal request for service from Southwest District Water, and then also that there be a final subdivision agreement be approved by the city prior to adoption of the final plat.
Thank you.
Mr.
Questions,
Chairman,
comments?
What happened to the 3rd condition? I got 3, is that?
Oh, for Sen?
Access onto 30th.
Oh, well, we'll just have to change that typo. Oh, the 3rd one? I'm sorry, we had yes. Access onto 30th Avenue Southwest be in accordance with applicable access requirements. I have forwarded this on, because this isn't the ETZ, I have forwarded this on to the to the county road superintendent, so they're aware of this. They didn't have any got a verbal statement that they didn't have any objections to what they were proposing, which is individual access from each of the lots. But what we're saying is that that'll all be worked out as part of the planning, part of the process.
Other questions or comments? If not, we are probably ready for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move the City of Dickinson Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval, conditional approval of the preliminary subdivision plat for Sen First subdivision replat, subject to the conditions listed above, the 3 conditions, as depicted in the application materials and is meeting all the requirements of the Dickinson Municipal Code.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? If there is no discussion, we'll vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, that motion carries. Agenda item number 10 is a request for a time extension, a 1-year time extension for the Sundance Village preliminary plat. Who will be presenting that request?
Brian Bachman, Meyer Real Estate Group. This is essentially a housekeeping issue with the backlog that the city staff has had. We just have not been able to get our stormwater plans and other things completed in time for us to get our plat recorded. So in speaking with Ed and Bill, we just agreed that the way to handle this, to give the city staff more time, would be to just do an extension. Free to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Bachman?
Mr. Chairman, I can just concur with that. With our load and that we've had, we've worked with the Myers Group. Originally, as part of Creekside, we told them if they wanted to move forward with Creekside, then they should not pursue the Village, which slowed down their progress on that one. That project fell through with Creekside. We appreciate that they have lightened our load a tad, and with that, that has caused a delay in their project, and we're in favor of allowing the 1-year extension on the plat.
So what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Curtin, is that there's a mutual desire for this extension. Questions by any commissioners? I don't think, because this is a time extension request, is this a formal public hearing, Mr. Cooling?
No, Mr. Jackson would not be.
Okay, if there are no other comments or questions, then we can look to a motion, I think.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the City of Dickinson Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the 1-year time extension for Sundance Village as meeting all requirements of the Dickinson City Municipal Code and also being in the interest of the public health, safety, and welfare.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to interrupt. I know this isn't a public hearing, but I do have something I would like to state concerning impact of the extension.
Sure.
As part of the development agreement, which allowed the city or recognized that the city was going to reach out 1 mile to bring this property into city limits, there was an agreement struck with the developer to provide a substation for the City of Dickinson Fire Department. That substation was to be located on approximately a half acre in the Sundance Village area that you're being asked to put an extension on. Within 60 days of the developer reaching 100 dwelling units, that substation was to be started. I'm not sure where the build-out of Sundance Coves is at, but I know 100 single-family dwelling units may not be met at this point. But considering that there's also multiple family units in that area, there's a lot of residential density we're probably going to be dealing with. Just so you're aware that an extension in Sundance Village may impact the construction of that substation, and a delay of the construction of that substation, quite frankly, is something I'm not interested in as the development of Coves continues, and especially if they have or when they hit 100 dwelling units. Thank you.
Ms. Bachman?
Yeah, our development agreement was always to be when we would build that when we started building Sundance Village. We only have 88 single-family lots in Sundance Cove, so we could never get over the 100 mark. That was something that we discussed with Mr. Colling and Mr. Kessel when we did it, was that would come with that part of the development.
Any more comments from staff or commissioners? Mr. Sivak, I suppose this is a situation that none of us contemplated. Is there some middle ground here?
Generally is when I come to the podium, isn't it? Well, that's why I asked the question, Mr. Chairman, as to the build-out of Sundance Coves, because I'm not sure where they're at with single-family dwelling units. I did not have a part in crafting the development agreement, or it wouldn't say single-family dwelling units. It would say dwelling units, 100 dwelling units, which would have encompassed the multifamily also. But that isn't the wording that's in there. So if the possibility of them not hitting 100 single-family dwelling units doesn't exist in Coves, they're within the guidelines of the agreement.
Well, we could be in a situation that if, let's say, Sundance Village never happens, we won't have a...
We won't. And having that substation out there was critical to the fire department getting on board with reaching out 1 mile to annex in this piece of property. We weren't in favor of it at the time, and having the substation located out there doesn't answer all the problems it presents for us in putting that piece of property, those pieces of property, well beyond our travel distance, as we're dealing with in other areas. To us, that substation is critical. The fact that the developer considered it and in fact put it in their plan is great on their part. Really, I have to recognize that they would give us that property, build the station, gift it back to the city. That's really a good thing. That's really a great thing. But now it looks like we're looking at the possibility of that not happening. That concerns me.
Yeah, and I shouldn't say that it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen via the development agreement, I guess. Perhaps there's some other actions that can take place that maybe we can make it happen sooner.
Okay, thank you.
It's not that Sundance Village isn't going to not be built. It's just simply, it's a physical impossibility for city staff to get us the approvals that we needed to even move a speck of dirt. And obviously, it's the middle of July now, there's nothing that's going to be able to happen this year. So it simply just became a housekeeping issue. Sundance Village is very much part of our development plan. It will be built. The fire department will be built. When we did the development agreement, basically, I don't think anyone felt that Sundance Coves as a whole required, justified a fire substation for a small 38-acre development. When you started talking about bringing another 308 acres and another 3,000 housing units in, that obviously justified the fire station, and that's why we were happy to put that in and to pay for that. So that's all still part of the plan. It's just obviously from weather to backlog, it's been a difficult year.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. I believe we didn't get a second to the motion.
I second that.
Before you move forward, I know this, you said this is closed to public comment.
No, go ahead.
We were invited to come to comment. We got a letter to come to comment. We've sat in this audience all morning to comment on this project, and now we're being told, because of this process, we can't comment. And there's some homeowners out there that are very offended by this.
I wasn't aware you'd been invited. By all means.
We got a letter in the mail. Everybody got a letter in the mail about this extension. And it's very difficult when everybody has a job and works that can't come and express their opinion. But a few of us have taken our time away from our jobs to be here and sat here all morning.
Please proceed.
There are housekeeping issues, like you said, several of them. Here's how the story goes.
Excuse me, could you identify yourself?
My name is Jerry Heiser. I'm one of the residents that live out there, and there's a few others in the back room. A year ago, when this first started, knowing the difficulty of getting this project off the ground, this gentleman came out and talked to us about what was going to go on out there, how this was going to be played out, and how it was going to better our area. We haven't seen any of that. We've seen a year of pretty appalling mess along the road, projects that aren't being completed. And basically right now, they're telling us a year ago that all these lots are sold on this first subdivision. There's for sale signs all over out there. They're not sold. They told us a year ago that they were going to bring in this big manufacturing builder. These houses are going to go up, boom, boom, boom. They're going to be, we're going to get in, we're going to get built, we're going to be gone. That's not happening. Now they want to have a speculation request extension on property they don't own. They told us they own this. I don't believe they do. I don't think that's right. I think it's time to put on the brakes. If we're so darn busy, and we are, I'm not going to disagree. You guys got your hands full. The city's got their hands full. Everybody's got their hands full. Let's slow down a little bit and think about where we're going with some of this stuff. Let's think about some of the promises that were made. You know, I sat in here all morning hearing about other problems that people are having, but boy, it's still full throttle, even though we got these problems. And then I don't understand why we can't even talk about it. I guess that really floored me. That's probably why I'm upset right now. But I would like to see these promises that were made be kept, because they weren't. Those lots were not all sold. This manufactured housing guy did not come in and build it all up. You know, as far as I know, they still don't have an approved lift station to get the sewage out of this first development, but they're in their building. There's another item on here that floored all of us, and maybe I'm not reading this right. The next item, number 11, looks like we want to put in more apartment buildings in there. That's not what was told. It looks like they want to amend that. And I just feel like we're not being on the level here with what we're being told. You know, it's hard for everybody to come to work and come to these meetings because they're during the day, and so we have to believe what we're told. And when we see and live something totally different, that's very disturbing. I'm pro-development, don't get me wrong. I think there's a lot of great things going on, and I truly believe the bad things that are going on right now won't fill the bottom of a thimble of the good things.
but we have to be more careful with what we're doing.
Appreciate your comments. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak?
Commissioner Kevin Kinzel, I live out on 21st too. When this first meeting, from the first meeting, I brought up the concern about the roads. As of right now, before, we got the ditches mowed on the one side at least, traffic could flow. Right now, the ditch is such a mess from dead trees, cut off tree stumps, piles of rock, garbage laying in the ditches that the landowners can't even mow their ditches. Some days we can't even get through. The workers out there line their cars up on the side of the road. They'll bring a semi in, and one day they actually unloaded the semi and lined that up on the road. So the sheriff warned them, so now they moved to a different road. They're parking on the other side of it. It was said that we're going to get a widened road, much improved. When's it going to happen? Right now, some days you can't even drive through there. When they started working on the site, they put a gravel area in for their stocking area, but every day they got to lock their vehicles in four-wheel drive through the big swamp to get to their job shacks. Dragging mud everywhere. When are the improvements going to happen? They've got one house started out there. As residents, we feel they should fill this area up to some percentage, and the Sundance Village should be done in phases. If you let them go in there and rip the whole 320 acres up, it could be 25 years of dust, the way they're going on this one. Some of the concerns we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to make sure everybody understands that regardless of the action today, there still needs to be a final plat presented on this project. And I believe, and I don't know if my memory is right, if Mr. Catan or Mr. Colling can help me, but I believe there was a phasing plan set up in the development agreement, the original approval. So some of those concerns are going to be addressed as that final plat happens. Let me ask if there's any other comments from the audience first. Mr. Bachman, there were a couple issues brought up about debris, tracking mud, some of those kinds of things.
I will get with my superintendent out there and make sure that they keep better track of it. And as far as some of the comments about, lots being sold, when we had met with them, they were. And what you ended up with is we ended up having to refund a lot of those lots being lost because of the delays that we've had in getting a lot of these situations through. And these are all situations that we've met with Matt and with with Mr. Kessel, with Ed, with Bill. It's just been an uphill battle because of timing and everything else. And then we had this year where, the goal was last year to have all of our roads in by last November, and that wasn't able to happen because we had some staff issues with getting those roads in. And then this spring and summer obviously have been some of the worst on record as far as, having twice a week rains where we can't get the last of the roads in. With God willing, with any luck this week, we have the last 2 pours going on in there. We do have several lots sold. As to adding more apartments, we're actually decreasing density in Sundance Coves, not increasing it. There are no apartments in Sundance Coves. So those are all issues that we're working through.
There was a question, I think, about the lift station and sewer system.
That is approved.
I'm sorry?
The lift station is approved. And the ditch issue with getting the final force main down 21st has been the same issue as with the roads. When you're talking about digging the trench depths that we have to dig to put that in, it's just been too wet. So hopefully if we can get a week or two of dry weather, that crew's been standing by to finish up everything in the 21st Street ditch. But no, the lift station is approved.
When you say approved, it's completed?
The tank system is in, and the building was just approved with Mr. Zuroff a couple weeks ago. And so that is being built now, or being ready to be built now, and then the, all of the equipment will be going in after
Okay.
that.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments, concerns?
Mr. Chairman, just, it's like we're between a rock and a hard spot here to some degree, but what are our options if we deny this? Would that need an entire new agreement where we could write something in for Mr. Sivak as far as something different with the fire? You know, I'm just throwing something out on the table. I don't know.
No, the development agreement would encompass the property. What we're talking about is a preliminary plat. So if it's not done, then the platting, the legal, the separation of lots, that's the only issue we have today. The development agreement has been approved, and that would stay, and that would, in essence, overlay over, if they had to come back and go back through the preliminary plat, that would still be in effect. Unless I'm wrong on that, Mr. Colin, but I think now it's been approved and it stays that way.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with Mr. Corton. The development agreement stands as it is. It encompasses the whole property. We're just talking about a timing issue on the preliminary plat.
And I guess I would, again, remind those in the audience that we still have to approve a final plat. There's a lot of detail to approve in that final plat. And I was part of, and I don't remember if it was the full board, but I was certainly aware of some of the conversations with Meyer and other developments. I know that the reason for this request is partially city action. The concerns that people have are legitimate, and we need to take those concerns into account as we move forward, as we enter the final plat stage, and I expect staff will do that. So I would ask if there's any more discussion. We have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's any more discussion on that motion. If not, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we will move to item 11, which is a PUD amendment in the Sundance Coves project. Mr. Bachman?
This is another process that we've been working with Mr. Corton. We have eliminated the apartment buildings within Sundance Coves, switched those to a townhome use. But for us to be able to plat those areas and get the unit counts in there and get the adequate lots, we worked with him and came up with the process that we just need to change the designation to be our R3, simply so that we can have 3 buildings on one lot, as opposed to trying to individually go through and plat each one. So, free to answer any questions.
Okay, and Mr. Bachman, I think you heard a question about the density, and I think you answered it, but if you'd repeat that.
Yeah, initially we had, there was to be 168 apartment units and 45 townhome units. There is now 90 townhome units and no apartment units, so we brought the density down dramatically.
Okay. Okay, any questions for Mr. Bachman? This is a public hearing, so we want to open it to anybody that has questions or comments on this PUD amendment.
Kevin Kinzel again. If that's not an apartment building you're building on right now, what is it?
That's an 8-plex townhouse.
8-plex townhouse. Okay. And now you're talking not increasing these the density of it?
It goes down.
Okay, but now a 5-bedroom apartment at $3,500, is that affordable living? Do we really need that expensive? It sounds like more of a man camp to me.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I could just address the townhouse and apartments. Apartments are, you could have them above and so forth. Townhouses are a row housing that we do allow in the R2 zone. If you look around the city, they have 2-hour firewalls. They're more conducive to ownership than standard apartments. That's the difference between the two. They're still considered multifamily. The average person would look at that and say it's multifamily, but an apartment destination and townhouse are two different styles with that, but it is multifamily. This will be a reduction from what could have been allowed as part of the DA. All they're doing is designating the area as R3 so that they could come back and condo plat it instead of doing individual lots, which makes a lot of sense to do it that way.
Thank you. Mr. Heiser.
This morning, there was a lot of discussion about less R3, and I'm wondering how this fits into that discussion.
To answer your question, it's less R3.
Aren't we going R3 now, more R3 than R2?
No, actually, they're reducing the density.
Okay.
So it's a reduction of about 60 or so units from what they could build per the development agreement.
Well, I was just confused by the designation. Now we're talking more R3 when we've all got a lot of concerns about having too much R3 and not enough R1 and R2. Yeah, and I'm totally okay with the more R2 and less R3 out in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to comment? Okay, we will close the public hearing. Staff comments at all? Okay. Anything else from commissioners? Then we will look for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that Dickinson Planning and Zoning Committee recommend approval of the Sundance Cove PUD zoning designation amendment as meeting all the requirements of the Dickinson Municipal Code and also being in the interest of the public health, safety, and welfare.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Any discussion? No discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Mr. Croton, you have an agenda item for a zoning text amendment.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item that I'd like to talk about today is a zoning text amendment to change the minimum lot sizes for rural residential from the current 1 acre minimum requirement to 5 acres and from ag to 5 to 40 acres to be consistent with the county's zoning, the zoning minimum lot size for the county zoning classifications. The idea behind this is that we had went through our comprehensive plan. We had designated urban service areas that would accommodate a population between 42 and 45,000 over the next 20 years. And based upon our population studies, we felt that that was a sufficient category, sufficient population and allocation in order to accommodate our development. That being said, I think that we need to increase the areas that are outside of that urban service area, that would be in our extraterritorial zone, to be more conducive to the natural character before the build-out. When you look at the historic development pattern outside of the city limits, those lots were big lots beforehand. Over the years, over the last couple of years, they've been split up for various reasons to accommodate it. We feel that we have enough urban area to satisfy the population for the next 20 years, and this would be consistent with the county's minimum lot sizes, and it'd be similar to more of a historic development pattern that has been done prior to the last couple of years, and it would help preserve the open area. The area outside of the urban service area has been rural and ag in nature, and if we continually allow, or the potential to allow, 1 acre minimums for rural residential, those areas will be transitioned and they'll be and it'll be a flux of semi-urban, next to rural, next to agriculture, and this would help ensure that. And then as we extend our boundaries for the urban service area, this would allow us with bigger lots in order to accommodate future development when urban services are expanded in the urban service areas, because you would have a bigger parcel in order to provide roads and utilities for that. So that's the reason behind it, and I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Yes, so the intent is kind of to reduce sprawl or the development of subdivisions outside of or in the rural area.
Absolutely, and the Planning Commission's decisions over the last year, I think we've only approved maybe one rural residential at 1 acre. We have denied several of them that proposed it at 1 acres. We required it to be at least 5 acres, and that has been, so this is not a brand new concept. It's one that we have done throughout the year. This would just codify that and place it as part of our code.
Other questions or comments or your thoughts? One of the concerns that I'm generally in favor of this, but I do worry a little bit that we're in such an unusual situation in Dickinson and Stark County with fast growth and our inability to really predict how much growth we'll have, is that we could inadvertently be approving 5-acre lot subdivisions, and then all of a sudden the town is growing around that, and there's really no cost-effective way to get water and sewer and even streets to 5-acre lots, and we could unknowingly paint ourselves in a corner. I think maybe one of the ways to mitigate that is to, if we adopt this, to require ghost platting of those parcels so that they can be converted to a true urban subdivision in the future.
And Mr. Chairman, we have that as part of our code. We haven't had much rural development in 1 acre lots. We haven't really been enforcing that, but that would make sense in order to do it. Look at the natural road patterns, look at how utilities could be provided there, and provide necessary easements, or at least make it so that where that house would be built would be outside of that area. One thing to consider, if you're just looking at economies of scale and cost-wise, a 5-acre piece, depending on where they put the house, well, a 1 acre lot too is a very expensive endeavor. That density is such a low density that it's an extremely costly endeavor for us to provide urban services for that. And the problem that you have is when you have 1 acre pieces, many of those are developed in the middle, and there really isn't any good way to split that up to have a higher density, because it's kind of placed in the middle. And at least with a 5-acre piece, you should have areas around it that urban development can happen when it's the proper timing. So in many ways, having a larger piece and doing the ghost platting would be the better way as the urban boundary is extended in the future. And we're talking well in the future for that. 1 acre lots for a city are killers for sewer water line extensions and for road maintenance. You talk about that is something that would be that weighs heavily on the on our revenues to maintain roads that at such low densities, and then also for the sewer and water lines as well.
Is this something we'd like to see staff bring us a draft ordinance, draft amendment?
Yeah, I like it.
Well, you can make a decision today. I guess my only question is, I'm not in a rush on this one here. If you wanted to wait until we had a full planning commission to get all the input, we can. We can move forward with it. I mean, it was advertised this way. It's a simple change in the zoning code. Table 4.3 is modified. It because it's a matrix for that. So it's ready to be adopted if you so choose today, or if you want to have a full planning commission and get some input from fellow members before you make your decision. This is not time sensitive, other than another month in which you may get another plat or two that would be vested under the prior code.
Yeah, I guess it would be simple changes, wouldn't it, to the code?
Absolutely.
Yeah. My sense is that just to make sure we have an understanding and consensus on this board, that it would be good to bring it back. But I think the indications, at least from the four of us, are that we should move forward. But let's bring it back again next month. And you wanted to talk about minutes?
Yes, the next two items are more directional items that I'd like to get from you. Minute-wise, has been noted several times, staff levels, and this is administrative staff levels, are just as compressed and difficult to address the workload that we have. In times past, we have had pretty thorough minutes. With our current work staff and with the changes in permitting and with the amount of work that keeps coming our way, I just cannot, I require them to designate the time that is needed due to trying to issue permits and doing the reviews and follow-up. So we're way behind on the minutes. A suggestion could be, since we are taping all the Planning Commission meetings, they're all available online, and they go back several years now, that we have a more concise minutes. The motion would be verbatim, but instead of a more thorough analysis of what preceded the motion, all the comments and who spoke, it would be very, very abbreviated. So in essence, it would be the motions with a very abbreviated summary. I feel comfortable with that. A lot of jurisdictions do that, especially when you tape the programs and say, if you want a thorough analysis of that, watch the program. And as long as it's readily available, and I think that makes sense. That's a way for us to keep up with things. And I would recommend that you would be in favor of it. It is your minutes, so I'm just asking you for your direction if you're in favor of a more abbreviated, concise minutes instead of the way that we have been doing them. And that does meet the state statute. As long as we have motions for it, then we're fine.
I'd ask Mr. Colling, I know that there's always the potential that these minutes could be important to you with various legal activities. Are you comfortable with that?
Mr. Chairman, I am. There's no prescribed form for minutes that's dictated by Century Code or by our own ordinances. So it is a matter of what you as a board feel comfortable with in order to record your actions. As Mr. Corton noted, we do have a videotape of each of the meetings so that in the case of some dispute, we would have that to reference back to as well. In light of that, I think it makes sense to have a more abbreviated, a different form of minutes in order to get current on them and adequately record what happens in our meetings.
Well, I think the other part of it is that when we have a staff person trying to summarize discussion and interpret discussion, maybe it doesn't get on paper quite the way it was intended anyway. Anybody else have thoughts?
I think I'd be fine with it.
I think we're okay with moving that direction.
You will make Melissa very happy.
And you want to talk about fences too, it looks like.
Yes, last Board of Adjustment, we had a fence variance. And it brought up an issue that's been out there for a while. Currently, the city does not require a fence permit, and in order and we're running into a epidemic problem of fences that are put on corner lots that are non-compliant, that do not meet our code. There's no review for it. The fence companies, unfortunately, should know better and are willing to erect fences that are completely contrary to code. They're all over the place. All you got to do is drive through states. Painted Canyon now has many of them as well, and they're throughout the city. I have 3 photographs for you to show you the problem that I'm talking about today. The problem is, on a corner lot, you have 2 road frontages. The one where the house is facing the driveway, that's 25 feet. People are not violating that one. That's fine. The first 25 feet, you cannot have a fence higher than 6 feet high. That is for the most part not the issue. The problem is people extend that fence from the front facade directly to the street, the adjacent street, and extend it beyond what the current zoning regulations require. Our current zoning regulations would state that on the opposite street, that fence, if it wanted to be 6 feet high, would have to be 15 feet set back from the property line. That's not being done. It's being violated every single day, and these pictures depict it. So those fences that you do see that are next to the sidewalk, in order to be compliant, need to be 15 feet back. The reason for that is viewing. When you pull up to the intersection, you want to have an open view on both sides. That being said, my rough number is we have many tens, maybe up to 100 violations throughout the city on it. So it's epidemic. And every day we get another one built, it seems like. The question that I'm posing to you today is, should we, with the lack of compliance, should we look at the code and state and revise the code to accommodate this? It's kind of an issue of people speeding. You know, after a while, you just, do you enforce it? Do you have the ability to enforce it, or do you modify it to accommodate the public that is willfully violating that? And I guess my question to you would be, should we consider modifying the code to make these compliant in order to address the many, many fences that are out there? Or do we stay with the code, and then I could come back to the city commission and request a fence permit? That should help modify it, help relieve a lot of it, because there's no review. So people just think they could do what they can. Obviously, if there was a permit, then there must be, without a permit, then you must be able to do what you want to do. And that's kind of the perception out in the community. So I'd come back with the fence permit, and hopefully with that we could remove a lot of the problems as they would move forward, or to start enforcing the code, which would mean maybe up to 100 letters to property owners saying, you have a very nice fence, congratulations, now you have to move it back 15 feet at your cost. So I'm in a quandary, and I'm seeking direction from you as a commission how you think that we should proceed.
Yeah, I guess I have a comment on it. So, I participated on a zoning board in Billings where we addressed the same fencing issue, but the approach was that they only were addressing within the corner area of lots. And here you're saying that there's not a line of sight issue at these intersections.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, our code has the line of sight at 30 feet, 30 feet both ways. So if you drew 30 feet on one, 30 feet on another, and drew that in, you would have a clear view triangle. These fences are starting at 25. So, you know, is 5 feet going to make a big difference? Probably not when you're looking left and right. A modification to the clear view triangle would make these fences all in conformance. With the modification to the code that says you could have 6 feet high fences up to your front property line as long as it's not considered your front. On the side, you can. So, you know, our current code would allow that, these pictures you see, if they were at 4 feet high. It's only a 2-foot difference. When you're sitting in an average car, a 4-foot high fence, if it's blocking your view, a 4 to 6 foot is not going to make any difference unless you're looking at a semi coming where you see the roof of the semi. Now, trucks, as our community predominantly has, you could look over a 4-foot fence. 6-foot fence starts to block your view. So the question is, And I don't, and I know this is a difficult question. It's a very, you know, whichever way you go, I'm going to get hammered on this one here. So the question is, you know, if you need time to think about it, I'm fine with that. But I would like to at least look at it and see if you're comfortable with the established code. And then from there, I'll do the best that I could do to enforce it. And I'll have to talk to legal on how we should address the existing ones in that issue. Or do we modify the code accordingly, as not most, but as so many people in our community have felt that they should be allowed to do. I'm open to suggestions.
You know, I'm a little confused, I guess, when I look at these pictures. It's hard for me to appreciate the problem. The sight triangle at the corners, I think, is really important. That's a safety thing, and
that's the reason for it, because you're talking about when you stop at that intersection, you want to be able to have left and right in front. Obviously, front's not an issue, but left and right, enough view that you could see an oncoming car so you can make your decision. Without any of that, you could see probably several hundred feet both ways. With this, your line of sight is significantly reduced. There are only a couple. If the intersection is perpendicular to one another, then I feel that 6 foot could be fine. The problem you'll have is if you're on a curve, in which that curve is winding in front of you and you're trying to take a right and you've already lost a little bit at that stop sign. But if they're perpendicular, if they're equal with one another, I mean parallel to one another, if you stop at an intersection, and I've looked at it and I've tried it in different vehicles, there is enough sight distance. But it's the rarity on a curve in which could be a problem for people.
And Ed, you say rarity, but how many of those kinds of subdivisions have we approved? Everything has winding roads now.
Absolutely.
Look at Cove, you look at everyone we looked at today, they're all weaving and everything
Absolutely.
else, so.
Yes, and with with our newer subdivisions, they're a little more affluent, so they're putting up, to their credit, they're putting up nice vinyl fences but these vinyl fences are going to be there for a while and they're opaque and they can be a problem for motorists. So it's a life safety issue. It's also an aesthetic issue. You know, if everyone at the intersections blocked it, as you're driving, you kind of have a tunnel effect. You don't have that open space, but it's a preference. Some communities I've lived in have no problem with that. Other communities have pushed them back accordingly. You have to balance both approaches to that.
And I know there's one in my area that's an issue, and it's set back, like, I'm sure it's code, everything's fine, but it's on that slight curve, and it's a blind spot.
Right.
And so what would you do to resolve that?
The only way I
Limited
can
to-
resolve it would be we'd have to figure out how far back do we go and tell the property owner that the code was there. You know, you didn't need to get a permit, you built it, contrary to code, you're going to have to remove it back at their expense.
And I'm kind of back to most everything else. I mean, how do we bring awareness to the community? 'Cause everyone
I've already
move
drafted.
in, they want to get in, and can the press, I mean, it's got to be awareness somewhere.
I know. We have already drafted up a letter, and I was wanting to wait until I had a decision from you one way or the other, instead of people reacting to it and then finding out, oh, I don't have to do it because we changed things. We already have a letter drafted to send to all the fence companies to notify them of our regulations, which they should be aware of, and many of them are aware of it, but property owners insist that, I've talked to some of them that they are to put it there, and so they follow along with that. And they're looking around going, well, my neighbor and this person has done it, so why can't I? And it's to a point now where there's so many of them, it's a difficult issue to resolve. Do you come back and penalize the people who have done it? Many of them have done it because they didn't know better, or a company told them. Or do you just throw up your hands and go, well, it's a community expectation, maybe we should modify the codes accordingly?
Well, not to change subjects, but in that same regard, there's where we have the boulevards, we have people putting trees probably within 10 or 15 feet of a stop sign. And we've got that same issue that within another year or two, that stop sign will not even be visible at all. So.
And that's part of our code as well. I mean, it does say if there is obstacles and landscaping is included, then they need to modify that. So, you know, we don't have the ability, nor do we want to say that before you to plant a tree, you have to come in and get a permit from the city, and we'd hope common sense would come to play. That people would plant a tree that's going to be a wide tree. You don't stick it right on your very corner, but unfortunately some people do. Or they build up a berm there, whatever the scenario would be. So,
You know, some of these things are enforcement things that you're always going to struggle with.
Absolutely.
No matter how we do this. Again, I'm not sure I appreciate all the detail of this, but we need a good sight triangle for safety. I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
That is correct.
Whether it's 25 or 30, you know, I don't know. And if we need to modify that for a curved street, maybe we should do that. But no matter what we do, you're still going to have all these enforcement issues. And I'm not sure we can help you with that.
no, it's, either way, it's, I'm just trying to see if there's any desire to modify the code based upon their pervasive thought of having these up front. I'm not in favor of it. That being said, I wanted to bring up the issue before I start sending out nasty grams and dealing with the issue. And it's going to be a very hot issue because many homeowners bought the property, somebody built the fence, and now they're going to be obligated to move it back, and I've got to apply it fairly. This is going to be a process that's going to take years to resolve. So how we do it is I don't have a good answer for you. Either way, it's going to be painful one way or the other. But the last thing I want to do is to compromise on an issue that causes a future accident and somebody dies because of inaction. So I'm just bringing it to your attention, seeing if there's a desire to modify the code. If there really isn't, then we'll adhere to the code and we'll do our best to enforce it, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, Ed, I mean, based on what I hear Gene saying, is that I guess the sight triangle at those intersections is important.
Yes.
But I guess I'm seeing the same thing. I look at the photo, and I guess I look at it, and it seems like there is a sight triangle there at some of these intersections with the front yard. Like, I guess that's important, but like I would, looking at these photos, I wouldn't, or I'm not thinking that it's necessary that they remove these fences that are here that maintain a sight triangle. You're saying that would require an amendment?
Well, the sight triangle is 30 feet. These fences are at 25 feet. So we can modify the sight triangle to 25 feet, and then all these fences would be considered okay. The question is, under our current code, these are all in violation because they're, instead of 4 foot high, they're 6 foot. So they're 2 foot higher based upon this requirement. And
I think it'd be of value to kind of have a better understanding, because it seems like the sight triangle, like even at 25 feet,
I could take some pictures just as a normal car would stop at a stop sign and just give you a perspective. Now, here we go, taking a left as you would be looking left and right, and give you a perspective issue from several intersections, if that helps you out. But it's a tough one. And some of that is, to go back to Mr. Krieg's the comments, it's a perception issue. Now, some people stop 5 feet in front of the stop sign. Well, if you stop where the stop sign is located at, you still have a little bit before you're even going out in the intersection. And even on some of the most difficult ones, as long as you're not distracted, talking on the phone, if you're paying attention to what you're doing, and as long as that road is not a 45-mile-an-hour road, 35 or 25 that we have, you can make it through safely. But many of us are distracted, we're busy, you don't pay attention, and that's, you know, a fault of the driver as well. So I'm just bringing up all these issues, seeing if there's any desire to do it.
Ed, you know, I almost think the difference between 25 and 30 is kind of splitting hairs, it seems to me.
Yeah.
If you get 25, I think you've accomplished a lot. So if changing our code to 25 would help you from an enforcement standpoint, I'd say do it, and we'd support that. If there's some, you know, dominant evidence that that is a big deal going from 30 to 25 that you can show us, then maybe not. But I'd say change it, and then you at least help yourself with enforcement.
We change it on the Clearview, but then we still have the 2-foot-high issue, where do I just, in essence, right now, my staff is so incredibly busy that
And what's the 2 feet?
the 2 feet is the projections that you see, the pictures that you see next to the sidewalk. Those should be 4 feet high for the first 15 feet. They're 6 feet high, so they're all in violation. So
15 feet.
Well, in our code, we state on the street side, you could have a fence to your property line if it's 4 feet or less.
Okay.
These are 6 feet high fences.
I didn't
so
understand
we're
that.
talking 2 feet. That's why I'm saying, should we revise the code for for an additional 2 feet? Or should we keep it as is, and then we'll do our very best to try to enforce it? And pretty much the only way that we enforce it, because these things pop up all the time, is we're driving by and we see them installing it, and we stop by and go, no, it's got to be pushed back.
And the reason for the 4 feet is probably more aesthetic?
It's probably dealing with, you know, the 4 foot. Everywhere I've been, you try to keep it at 3 foot, so that if you're driving a car, you know, you're normally about 3 feet high, you could overlook it. Here we have it at 4 foot. It's probably a Clearview triangle, seeing that way. Most people drive trucks around here, SUVs, so 4 foot you could overlook. You could look over a fence and see a car or another truck coming. So.
But if you've got your sight triangle, that part then isn't an issue. If you're satisfied with your sight triangle, whatever it is.
I think the sight triangle probably needs to be consistent with the code, with the fence requirements at 25, so maybe we modify that. That's one of the issues. The second one is the additional 2 feet. Do you want to address that, or do we not? That's probably that's the bigger part of the code, not the side issue that we're dealing with. So.
Ed, you know, I guess I'm thinking I'm more the other way. I'd like to see some kind of change made for if you're on a curve to extend it more. You know, is there something simple a guy could do is send those guys letters that are in violation and have them get a special use, or, you know, do something different? I mean, go out to the site, take a look. If it looks like there's, you know, not in the site triangle, or, you know, just other issues, then they have to move it. If not, say you're okay, we'll give you a special use. I think the majority of them, probably 3/4 or more, would probably be okay. I'm guessing.
Well, I've got to apply the code equally. That's the difficulty that I have. I can't subjectively apply that. And in our community, if I write a letter of violation to one person, I'm going to get 10 more back. What about this guy? And what about Bill? And what about him? And it's just an ongoing issue, and trying to apply it fairly. So I'm just trying to see if there's any desire to modify it from 4 to 6 foot. Within that first 15 feet per our code, off the road. And if there isn't, then all these are in violation, and how I go about enforcing it's going to be a nightmare. But, so.
I would see that as being more an aesthetic thing than a safety thing.
Yeah.
If you're back behind the sight triangle, then I don't think 6 feet's a problem from a safety standpoint. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I agree with Gene. I think go 4 to 6 seems reasonable, maintaining that sight triangle. The revision seems like it would help you out,
right?
From an enforcement standpoint, I
You guys
like
okay with that?
As long as we have the site, I mean, it's...
Okay.
And maybe you need to change the sight triangle so that, you know, you can see so much center line of the street or something.
Well, we have it at 30-30. Basically, you go along the, I think it says along the sidewalk, the start of the sidewalk or the curb, you go 30 feet. one way, 30 feet another, then you draw the next line, and that's your site, that's your clear view triangle. We could do it at 25. Some jurisdictions I've been at had it at 20. So at 25, then that would make this in conformance. And if we modified the code to say that going from 4 to 6 foot would be okay, then all of these would be considered compliant. And then the only issue at that point is they're putting them in our right-of-ways. That's another issue in
Well, and the
itself.
curbs though, too.
Correct. So, if there's general agreement for those two, then I could talk to the city engineer and see if he's in agreement as well, and then I can move forward for an amendment. You'll
Sounds
hear
good.
that as well.
Sounds good. We have a motion to adjourn. A second. All in favor, say aye. We're adjourned.